morning, trade. Guess what, guys? It's finally the day. We're here at the Trading Bot event. It doesn't really kick off until 11, but no better way to start the show than do a little bit of some live trading. Then we'll kick off, of course, the event. It starts at 11 a.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss it, guys. I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to be sticking around in the background, listening in, excited to hear all about the ways that we can be building bots. And we're going to kick the show off. We'll get right to the trading action. Looks like we're finally starting to get a little bit of a bounce here. I'm glad I was able to close my swing trade on Palantir short. We'll talk more about that. We'll get to some trades, quick sunrise. We'll take a look at what's moving out in the market right now. Of course, crypto kind of getting an up and down on the weekend. It was really coming back. We'll talk all about that. We got Michael Noss in the back. We'll be talking, of course, the Trading Bot event. That starts at 11 a.m., so stick around and let us know in the chat if you're here for the event. It'd be great to hear you. And if you haven't done so already, do it right now, guys. Sign up. It's going to be starting a little bit later today, but let's keep things going. Let's kick things off and right into the show. Start that countdown and let's get trading. Google wants 200, baby. You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Excited to go ahead and keep things running. Let's go ahead. Let's bring Michael Noss right to the show today, and we'll be taking a look to see what's going on in the market. At least, how was your weekend, my friend? Had a good one?
Oh, it was amazing. We rained a bit, so we're no longer on fire. So what else can you ask for at this point?
Yeah, no, good. Nothing like some good rain, right? Definitely helps out with those dry woods out there. And definitely, are you guys having a drought also?
Yeah, we burn bans and keeping people out of the woods and all that. So
that kind of ruins the fun of summer, though, right? I mean,
know.
right? Like, who doesn't like to do a little bonfire, right? I mean,
I've got a whole campfire place, and
right?
just sitting there vacant. And beers by a campfire, nothing beats it.
Yeah, really nothing beats it, especially a great way to end the weekend or start the weekend. Let's go ahead and we'll get right to the stock market action. We got stocks to talk about. We'll be talking about some trade ideas. And, of course, today our event starts at 11, so stick around for that. Excited? Are you excited, my friend, to finally unveil?
I'm pumped, right? This is going to be
a new journey.
I think this is going to help a lot of traders, right? We hear it all the time. People say, "Oh, well, my problem with trading is emotions," right? Every time, or I sell too early, or I don't take stop losses correctly, or I position size wrong, or all these things. And all of those things are completely preventable and able to be done with bots, right? Where you don't need to worry about missing a trade because the bot will take it. You don't need to worry about getting out too soon because the bot will do it for you. So it's very exciting to actually be able to unveil this, and because I really do think the more systematized your trading gets, just the better overall.
I agree. I mean, at least it's definitely going to help you not have too many of those kind of miss moments and things like that. So let's just jump right towards the stock market action, at least from the action right now. You can take a look at the overall market. How is the weekend action? What went on? I know that you have here a little bit of that look into that. So what are you seeing here on the charts?
Yeah, so as always, I like to start Monday with taking a look at the futures as opposed to just the ETF, because it shows you a little more of what happened when you open up on Sunday night. Just kind of met with a little bit of buying right off the bat, and we've just been consolidating ever since. So a really, really slow and uneventful Sunday on the open, which is fine, right? That's just part of it. Sometimes you have big news, sometimes you don't. Wanted to do a little bit of a rundown, like we always do, of the commitment to traders data to see if these guys are getting out of their position at all. And spoiler alert, nope. They shorted more last week. So as we hit new all-time highs, they're leveraging into this short. So the contrarian position still seems to be to the long side, as I don't know what these guys are thinking. But again, we'll talk about last time they were net long was kind of right in this area right here, this 5,500 tanks down, and then as it rips higher, they are shorting more and more and more and more. And then if we go to what's RTY, yeah, that's the Russell. They shorted more on the Russell as well, and we've had a bigger move here on the Russell than I've seen in a very long time. We broke this base right here that we've been dealing with since July. We broke out a little bit. We've been holding that breakout, and look, just the steepness of this line. So they're getting aggressively short this Russell. And again, these are the guys who are usually wrong. If you could just go back in the chart, you can look, right? Most short right here before we bounce. Right, most long right here before a little bit of a sell-off, just over and over and over again. These are not the guys that you want to be hanging out with, right? You want to do the opposite of what they say, especially when things get very, very crowded, which is kind of what we're seeing right here. So very crowded trade to the short side in a market that is continuously moving higher. Again, I don't want to be with them. I want to figure out a way to get against these guys. And right now that seems to be maybe being long value and short this right here. So the only thing that they are very long is large cap tech. So large cap tech, right, at NASDAQ, most of the NASDAQ being the names that we all know, you're right, your NVIDIAs, your that type of thing. So they are long and adding to this NASDAQ position, and they are shorting against that NASDAQ position. They're shorting value, they're shorting small caps, they're shorting, right? Because if you look at the YM, which is the Dow, they've been shorting the Dow. You can see when they started to get short was right here. So they're underwater on that position. Yeah, it just seems like if we want to be contrarians here and think that these guys are going to be wrong, we have this big unwind that could occur, which would be, maybe a little bit of a pause or a pullback in large cap tech, and that countered with some sort of rise in the S&P 500 or the IWM. And I think it's going to happen quick, because I think it feels like they've been wrong for so long that we're about to see some hedge fund blow-ups. And again, I'm here for it. If you're going to be wrong for that long, you kind of deserve it.
It's going to be definitely something to be looking at now. I mean, I don't know how they're adding to the shorts, but hey, it'll be something definitely to look at. We definitely saw some momentum dying out last week. There is some names that were strong. We'll talk a little bit more about what's going on in the market today, but definitely a little bit of a turn in the crypto markets also, definitely bringing a little weakness. But how are you seeing the markets today, and pretty much out there also including crypto?
Well, yeah, Ethereum's just flirting with this zone right here. They are fairly long Ethereum, but not too much. So this is one that they quickly got blown out, right? They were short around 2,000. It ripped to 4,000 pretty quickly. You got to think on a percentage basis, it's a lot harder to stay with that, right? It's when the ES is up 10-20%, that means you're losing 20% on that part of your portfolio. You can hold that for much longer than something like Ethereum, where when you're wrong, it doubles against you. So you lose 100% pretty quickly. So nice little push up there. So Ethereum, again, a little bit of a underperformance there. Bitcoin, again, just consolidating. It's this zone now. We are at the price we were beginning of July, and we're at the mid-August. So nothing huge happening there. They're still net short, but this is important to note too, is like, I don't care about sentiment when it's neutral. I don't care about positioning when it's pretty much neutral. And a net short of 700 contracts is pretty much net neutral, right? We saw what happened. They were very short right here. And as it made this kind of 20% up move, they got blown out of that position pretty quickly. Now they're, again, pretty much net neutral here. So I wouldn't even read into the positioning data there very much. And then Solana, a little bit of an underperformance here in Solana as well. So not down moves, but sideways moves. And that's what you got to do. We talk about all the time with oversold or overbought conditions. They can deal two ways, right? Just because you're overbought doesn't mean you need to come down. It means you need to deal with that overbought condition. You can do it one of two ways. You can pull back a little bit, or you can just move sideways. And it looks like, at least for now, Ethereum, it looks like it's that moving sideways, which, again, this is exactly what makes a perfect breakout in my mind is if you get to that level and then you spend a while there, a couple weeks, maybe a month or so, and you chew through that overhead supply and then you break out later. That's great. It just makes it really hard to trade because yes, you could short against this high, and then if it pulls back a little bit, great, but you're fighting just a really bullish trend there. Or you just wait. You just wait until this breakout occurs. That's what I'm doing. I actually put this weekend some buy stop orders up in this kind of 4,800 area, and just because crypto's 24 hours, I'll just get an alert to my phone when that gets triggered. If it's today, tomorrow, or 6 months from now, who knows? But yeah, we could pull back here, maybe test 4,000 before we go.
Yeah, it's not a bad level to look at. Definitely got a little bit of a pullback. We'll see if that's a continued pullback. Man, all I know is I messed up that short on Wednesday because it would have been not a bad short, at least down 20% on ETHU. That's why I like the ETHU vehicle for like kind of just swing trades because it's so fast. It moves faster than of course the underlining.
Twice as fast, yeah.
And I mean, 20%, that's a hell of a trade if you're able to nail it. The key here, though, of course, is that you need to be small with that ETHU. I've noticed that at least trading it multiple times. Stay small, look for bigger moves, right? Because if it's going to move 20%, you don't have to be that big to make some money on 20%.
Well, and like TAC always talks about, right? There's tons of these. So, if you want to trade crypto, the stock market has very quickly become the place to do it, right? We have Solana, 2x, we have Ripple, 2x, we have Ethereum, like you mentioned, 2x, we have a couple of Bitcoin.
There's some ways of playing it, right? And
so yeah, and I love it because, like you mentioned, you don't have, just because it's a 2 times leveraged vehicle doesn't mean you're taking 2 times the risk. It just means you need less capital to potentially make the same return. So if you were going to put $20,000 into the position to potentially make a grand or two off it, well, now you can put $10,000 into the position and make a grand or two off it. And then, you have that extra $10,000 worth of capital that you can apply to another, hopefully uncorrelated position. So yeah, I love these things all day.
Yeah, and I for a shout out from my man Steve, right? This is the 50% retracement level on the ETHU, right? From that run that we had, right? So I think that this is the level that you start to look at, right? Like 150. Makes sense, right? Let's try to undercut 150 today. That's what I'm going to be watching for. And then for it to start working its way back, right? So put a little scare out the gates would be a good thing.
Look at that real quick too, right? So that's the volume average price from this last leg higher, and we tap that almost
right in line with the fibs, right? And so when we have those confluences, right, we want to be looking at that, right? Because that means that traders that trade fibs will be looking at that. Traders that trade, an anchored VWAP will be looking at that area. So I think at this point, if you're trying to open a short in these positions, now you're a little late, right? That's just how it is, right? You have to be quick if you're taking these types of trades.
Your risk reward, right? So what are you risking off against that high? Like that's
that's just too far away now.
Yeah,
even Friday's action is a little hard to risk off of, right? Already risking 4% to start the trade. How much do you expect to make in the trade, right? Those types of things will be looked at. I did close a Palantir swing today, so that one was a good one from Friday. I already closed it, guys, this morning. Made a nice $340 on a swing trade. Can't be mad about that, especially after 2 swing trades last week that just didn't go my way, right? QS, I was in the green. I just got a little greedy. You guys were here on the stream. I missed it by 1 penny in the green to close it, and that should have been the way. What ended up happening, I was having a little bit of a battle of buying power. Do I keep it? Do I add the QS? Do I stay with DraftKings? And instead, I started to kind of double dip in QS. I cut the DraftKings position for a small loss. And then what ends up happening? Well, QS actually got the lift. I didn't take the profits, got a little greedy. And then DraftKings, of course, does this on Friday. There's the 8% move that I was looking for, right? I didn't mean to make it look like it was going to 50. I didn't want to trade it to, 16% higher. But right from the bottom, I could see this going back to resistance, and that's about 8%. That's not a bad target, right? So I think this is a seasonality trade. I talked about it multiple times, multiple bottoms there, and look at all the bottoming you got at 43. even on Thursday, it bottomed out and it kind of held that 43 on the close. It's telling me that this was more of also a trade that some bigger traders were probably watching that level and definitely hung on to that nice little trade higher. So maybe we start to look at this as a space that's continuing on the upside. This is another one you can look at to see if it can continue breaking out. RSI, Rush Street, and we can take a look to see if some of these bounce back. Now, Palantir is already bouncing back, so I will say that maybe the momentum names could have some life today. We'll have to wait and find out. We can take a look at what else is trading in the markets, but just wanted to cover some of those kind of swing trade action plays. And it just goes to show you, right? Sometimes you got to stay with it, right? Like DraftKings was more of a stay with it trade instead of trying to get too much in one side of the trade. Just kind of staying small might have kept me in that DraftKings and got me a little bit of a higher trade. But nice setup still.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here. It's a nice. We've had sellers every time we've gotten into this kind of 45 to 47 area, right here and here. So if they're gone, it could be one of those off to the races type moments. Yeah, just a lot of talk out there about different of these value, I guess, sectors that are interesting. So, the Dow was underperforming a while, especially with UNH being such a large component of it. But now we're just tapping up against all-time highs. We know that, really the place to have been has been the Mag 7. That's been kind of the one that's hit all-time highs before. But we have the Dow getting really, really close to all-time highs. We have RSP, which is the equal weighted S&P 500. So it's going to be more weighted or more important of, again, more of these value type names. That's popping up against all-time highs right here. So you can see it's just like I talked about in crypto, got up to that all-time high. It's just been chewing through that resistance. And like we talked about before, even IWM, which is insanely shorted, highest it's been shorted in years, that's up against not all-time highs, but up against this major resistance right here before February when kind of everything fell apart. So a lot of interesting sectors could be going, and the beauty of that is that gives us potentially different things to trade. So like, Mitch was kind of saying there, maybe it's time to short some of these really high flyers like your Palantirs, but to get the long exposure, because we're in a bull market, you go to the places that haven't ripped like this, right? So you look at, say healthcare, and maybe that's finally going to play a catch-up trade. I have this big trend line I've drawn ages ago here, and it held the support. Now it's working its way back up to resistance right here. So maybe some other places. Yeah, Tax talking about open, maybe another short squeeze. So full disclosure, right? I talked about how I was buying this name as we broke out right here. So I think I got it at around 250. Just looking to see if this potential short float. Actually, you can see I have this loaded up right here, because as of this date right here, which is where the new short float data came in, which was beginning of August, they hadn't covered. So if we're going to get another leg higher here, an open door, we know that we still got a quarter of the float short. Now, this lower chart down here is the days to cover, so it uses volume as well, and just says it's not really. There's enough volume now that if they needed to get out of this short position, they could probably do so fairly quickly, which would mean just a quick spurt up as these guys look to cover. But it's one of these names that, again, I think potentially, if we get through these highs right here, I'm willing to bet that there's probably some shorts hanging out around $5. You can see resistance right here and back here and back here. So that's kind of my shot, right? I'm in at 250. I'm risking currently just under this low at like 170. And then I'm hoping that we just get through 5 and then a little bit of a nice spurt up, and I'll be out. And that will be he's a double or a triple. So I'd take that all day long.
Yeah, it's a good eyes. Zillow not breaking it last week is an important one. So keep your eyes to see Zillow's strength there.
Yeah.
If they can break through those highs on the daily chart.
Was that all-time highs? Oh, no. Sorry.
No, definitely not.
Just took a second for the chart to load.
Yeah. But definitely one to watch, right? If it can continue the strength, it can help that open kind of continue to run. Another one you can look at in that space, just because it's in that space, like Rocket, RKT. But we'll see what happens on that.
Yeah,
UNH, the bounce is real now. Now you see, so now you've got in what on this thing, right? So you got the first knifing action, right? You got some sideways consolidation. where
Yeah.
people thought they had this pegged at 300. Oh, this will not go back by low 300. Then they get the wash. Remember what I talk about.
Hmm.
Wait to the scare to see the chart start flipping. That was the scare move, right? That flushed out all those early people that thought they had this pegged. And now all those people that would have bought at that 300 would be probably in the green right now, but they got washed out. So now they start chasing this thing. I think it's a little bit too much. I saw the opening imbalance on this thing was just massive already. Just showing more and more how like bigger hands want in on this.
Hmm.
And now the gap up is just pure extended. I mean, 17% on that gap up. It's kind of hard to come chasing UNH now.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't. And again, full disclosure, I'm in this one for that exact setup, right? I was watching it, right? I took you guys were here for the initial buy here, right? Scalped a little bit as it just ripped higher. And then when it broke out of the space, just covered the rest. So a nice profitable trade there. And then, yeah, I saw exactly what you did when it came through and then started to break back through this lower wick. I was like, okay, that was their stop run. That was liquidity
Yep.
grab, whatever you want to call
They
it.
got them.
So yeah, scalped. I wish I could say I held a bunch, but when it was up 2-3 days later, I got kind of chicken that there'd be more bad news drops. So I got out of a chunk of my position here, but a nice gap, nice continuation.
It's still a great trade, man. Good way to go about it. You got out when you needed to, got back in, and you're not going to get all of it, right? Like always, we talk about
Mhm.
get the meat of the move. You don't got to get all of it, right? So
Well, and I'm trying to sit on this one now forever. Like
yeah,
it's just
that's the
it's
type
one
of
of
trade
those
that it is.
I've
If you time it right, right?
right, and
If
and
you
I,
can get a good timing spot, like now you're like deep down there, you're
yeah.
in a position of strength,
And
right?
there's really nothing, we're talking all the way back the 2020 COVID lows is kind of where we're at. So yeah, my plan is with the rest of it, I'm probably just going to put a stop loss, back in this area and
Hmm.
then just move it. I've got like a separate account that I only can log into from like my phone and I just like move it over there. It's our Canadian equivalent of like a Robinhood and I just gonna probably move it over there and just like say here you go. That's a give to the grandkids kind of thing. Just because you can put it on like a dividend reinvestment for a long-term trade and B you've got one of the largest and most important companies in the world cut in half and you were able to get it at that price. So a double if it gets back up to highs, and and I'm not saying that's going to happen anytime soon, but over the next couple of years potentially.
Wow, I'm watching around out there and big push there, guys. In APLD. Don't know if that's news related. Nice little push there. Going to keep an eye on that name. Now almost 15 bucks right back. Nice daily chart on that one. We've talked about that one since 11. It had a nice little cup and handle. Now it's trying to break out on the handle side of things. Let's see if this can really kind of get going there. I'll show you guys that setup here. APLD. It's a nice setup here on the daily. So you're talking the bigger pattern here. It kind of came into play, right? We got back above this kind of pull. Now you're kind of getting this kind of rounding pattern that's really trying to hold this little cut through on Friday and really start to get going. Was at almost 16 just a little while ago. So not a bad looking chart to keep watch out there. And I think that another one that I'm watching just to include kind of like some playbook for the today is this one, SMR. Right, it's had its huge leak, right? Huge leak. I
Yeah.
was actually looking to swing short some of these names like CEG and GEV on Friday, but these look like they're hot. There's the market open here, guys. Let's go have some fun. APLD already shooting there through 15, guys, up there to 15, almost 1530s. Look at this thing. This thing might go in a hole. There has to be news related on this one, man. This is a big push out the gates there for APLD.
You go take a
No
look. I
idea. I
don't
need to
see anything.
I need
Spy,
to look for some news, but we'll see what
yeah,
happens there.
Spy just right in the middle of its range, not doing anything. Right. It's important to note we are in a today anyway, where we have nothing, but during the week we have tons, right? So during the week we have so much
Oh,
economic
there it
data.
is. Yeah,
You got the
there's some
news?
news. Yeah, I missed it, man. I'm sorry, guys. I wish I would have been able to get you guys this news. Applied Digital to break ground with $3 billion Polaris Forge 2 campus in September of 2025, expanding North Dakota's role as the national AI infrastructure lead. And boom, there's hype words. There's your energy that you're looking for. I mean, this headline had it all in there, guys. That's just on me, guys. I'm sorry. I should have been able to have that nailed and pegged this morning. Was a little bit distracted, but I would have definitely, if I would have seen this headline, I would have been all over this trade. 1583s now, almost right back to that high that I talked about, the 1585s. We went right now to 1585, right on the dot. Resistance. Now let's look for a pullback, but man, sorry about that, guys. I didn't catch that headline early enough. Coming to you, Michael.
Yeah, just watching through the
That's
a little sun run popping up here, getting a trigger in that. Need to take a look at that. I'm actually looking pretty closely here on my bot just to make sure that everything is working here correctly, and it's not. Hold on one second. I got to just change something. This is what we're going to be talking about. I'm excited for it, right? This is the nature of it, where we go through and you tweak bots and you try to make sure everything's running properly, and so I'm going to currently be running a couple bots automatically in, which we didn't have a chance to talk about. We'll talk about when the market slows down. My newly funded account that I built entirely with bot trading. So got that set up and ready to go. ARRY, also a little trade right there. Nice little pop on that. I think I heard a little beep where I may have gotten that filled. So let's see here. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about using bots. We're obviously going to be building some bots. That's really exciting. Yeah, so I did short a little bit of Array, ARRY. So that's something that we're going to talk about as well. Why, the back testing abilities we're able to do a lot of that stuff when it comes to trading. So yeah,
all
this
right, guys, pushing out the gates. Cyclicals, defensive, healthcare, communications, technology, green in the red, energy, basic materials, and real estate to start the day. Seeing EMPH starting a little bit. I know that there's a lot of eyes on solar out there. I'm not the biggest fan, but it is getting a nice little push.
Yeah, and right, it's one of those sometimes you got to trade the things you hate, right? You got to
Yeah,
be able to,
that's the hard part.
you know. I'm actually just gonna
It does make
change.
it harder though. I think when you hate the names, it's kind of like, oh man, do I really want to trade these names? Like
Well,
EMPH right now,
right,
like
that's
it does look good right there off that kind of 35.50 look. The hourly, you can see here on the hourly how you went on a trend line break right out the gates. Throwback look to 36 makes sense here. So maybe a 15-minute pullback towards the 36 areas, but it pushed from there.
there we go. I think I'm back. Yeah, so this is another benefit of bot trading, right? Is that I don't know essentially what I'm going to trade until I trade it. So that
Okay.
becomes something to keep an eye on. So yeah, I've got it here. So if we go
Dude,
here,
SQM's been on the rip, man. I have a feeling you're gonna hear a lot of talk about SQM soon.
so here is again, this is the live account, brand new live account here. Again, passed the eval for the 25K with just auto trading. Didn't push a single button myself, and this is the first trade, I guess, of this new account. And yeah, we're short a little bit of this array, and the idea behind this was simply overextension. So what we're doing is we're looking for stocks that have really, really strong days the day before, right? This lower indicator is just underperforming the SP 500, and then a little bit of an extension from there. We're putting kind of orders out in advance. We tag that, and so that's our entry. So, and this was happened kind of all live in real time, and it's going to have a stop loss order right up here. An appropriate risk amount that it calculated for me, and then at the end of the day, we'll just exit this position. So that's kind of
APLG pullback.
PLD. That's kind of the idea, APLD, that I look to go for is I try to take as many trades as I possibly can and across different setups and different securities and different instruments that are showing some benefit or some growth over time.
Sorry, I'm not trading too much, guys. What's not ready here for the open, but we'll get ready to rock and roll.
Yes.
Tesla's looking great here. Just to mention a name that's hot, I don't mind it on the pullback if it comes back here. VIX starting to drop. That's a good sign for the bulls. Palantir holding out the gates. That's why I sold it. I don't mind if I could get Palantir on like after a day or two green, then it comes back to red. I just don't want to push it too much after I got a really good weekend, kind of 2%, easy 2%. So I'm just going to take that money and run and look to see later just if Palantir can come down. But today I'm feeling bullish, and I think we're getting a nice little open.
Yeah, so far, right? IWM green, some weird topping
The
tails here.
healthcare names are really green, guys, and I know that some took big bets on that, guys. So look for XLV names like that to stay strong. Johnson & Johnson, Lilly bouncing back right now. AbbVie getting a nice little move. UNH, that opening imbalance, really pulling it back down to the 309. What I felt like, those people that come chasing now, it's going to be tough, right? They're not going to make it easy, right? That's why they're gapping it so much.
Yeah.
So just be careful out there.
Yeah, it's one of those if you don't have it, I think it's kind of a no-go
It's
right
so
now.
hard to
Yeah,
grab it
just-
now, right? It's just like you're gonna get you're gonna probably get shaken out of that trade a couple of times.
Yeah, like
for
what are
you
you
to
doing
nail it
risking
down.
risking back down here? It's 25% down on a stock like this that is probably just going to be very slow, even if Warren Buffett, Berkshire, who bought it and got that vote of confidence going, even if they're right, they're not planning this thing to rip back to all-time highs now, right? These guys buy these things with 10 years plus as a horizon, so they're not looking to kind of aggressively take trades there.
All right, looking at Tesla here off the one of the 332s. I'll take a little bit there. See if I can start getting Tesla to start rocking.
This MTNB is actually looking kind of interesting here from a just pullback, just a swing system that I have. So I'm going to watch this one kind of closely on a longer term chart, like a 30-minute chart, see if you can get back through $2 there. Might be interesting to take a little bit of a shot.
All right, guys, got some Tesla looking to see if it can get back above VWAP.
WGMI, nice little pop there on Bitcoin miners.
Yeah, I saw Bitcoin miners at the top. Mara not doing too bad.
Everything's back to red, so just a little bit red. You can see here, right, SPY down 0.05%, the Q's down 0.06%, IWM 0.01% down. So it is as do nothing of a day as you can kind of mathematically get, right? And remember, no economic events today.
Long APLD.
But tons of economic events this week. So you just need to really make sure that you're understanding the environment, right? This might be one like this APLD trade. I think it's a perfect example, right? Buying pullbacks and things like that, like, instead of chasing breakouts.
Nice little push right there. I'm looking for a pullback to 15 to add, but if it just goes from here, I'll just put a stop where I'm at. Just kind of ride it up. I wanted to get in 15s, but I took a Tesla there, and then by the time I came back, it was already through the 15s there. So not looking too bad. I got an entry, though, at 1522s. It's starting to push there to 1540s. Just looking to see if it just runs here. I'm going to leave the stop break even to see if it just runs here. If not, I'll go ahead and I'll cut some of it and try to reload there. You guys can see the trades at the bottom right here. Now Tesla going into the green there and really pushing on Tesla here. So I kind of like that trade there. Just got to be smart. There's a stop there on APLD. Going to look for a little bit of a pullback there to come right back in it. It just started to go there to 1540s. I think it could pull back to 15 here. Let's see what happens. See if it reloads.
Yeah, that's a nice looking one. It's back over VWAP. Looks like it's holding. And again, everything is just flirting. I'm just looking at my list, and everything's either down 0.01% or up 0.01%. So very much a just chill kind of day. That again, it is important. The reason we hammer this is we want to make sure that people know what environment they're in, and they're not trading aggressively on what's a slow type of environment.
Let's see if Tesla can get going here, guys. I just did an ad, and I want to go ahead with a tight risk here. Just look to see if it can run. And there's a quick pullback right back to that bullish engulfing candle here. Going to hold off the low of that bullish engulfing candle. It's about a $60 risk here. Let's see if Tesla can go. If not, I'll cut it underneath that. Pullback came fast there for Tesla. Let's see if it comes right back up here.
Going through the list here of ETFs, we of course have MSOS still killing it. Again, I'm very close to kind of taking some of that up 5% today. MSOX doing great, and then solar and Bitcoin miners. So Bitcoin miners are interesting because talked about this a little bit, that Bitcoin miners are as short as
Long
they have ever been. They've never been.
Mara looks good there. It's holding the 9 EMA. See if it starts to get going.
31% short float, I think, in that Mara. So 1 in 3 shares are lent out to the short side. That is an interesting look. It's got 15.
Tesla got me out.
Yeah, 16 is a big deal there. And if we go to WGMI, then pop over. So this is what I'm looking here. Is it doesn't have short float percentage, but it does have days to cover right here. And you can see they've been shorting the whole way up. So as this thing's been ripping from $12 up to 26, they've been getting more and more short. So I'm looking at this base here on the hard right edge. If we can get through that base in any sort of substantial manner, that could be interesting. And then, if we look at Mara that Mitch just talked about here, 30% short float and a really tight range here on the daily chart. So if we can get through that range, I like these. These are awful businesses, right? They're just horrible businesses. But it doesn't matter if it's going to go up and people are shorted. That to me is really interesting. We could get a little bit of a squeeze there. So seeing that up the most today makes me really want to look at Mara. If we can kind of get back through the $16 area, maybe we could get a little bit of a squeeze going on there.
What about MSTR here for 361 undercut and rally? Let's see what happens. MSTR, just looking at it.
MSTR, I wonder, because you can always do the MSTU as well if you want to go crazy. Yeah, that's holding right near lows here. That's interesting. So you got a big support at this kind of 360 area.
All right, APLD back into the green here, looking to see if it pops above 1540s. Took a little bit of that MSTR, just 25 shares. I want to add up to 75 shares, but I'm going to go slow about it. I'm going to try to get some here. There we go. Try to get a little bit there on the pullback. So I'm trying to get pullbacks towards 360 here. We'll see if we get those fills. Still keeping a very close eye on SMR. Actually like it off that 35 recovery right here. So I'm going to not lag a little bit. Just going to risk $50 here on this trade. I'm going to try to risk, there you go. Good entry there, 35.18s. That gives me the ability to really risk down here. I only went 50 shares because when SMR works, it's going to work and probably give me a big lift there. I'll risk $40. It gives me an ability to risk down all the way until 34.38. So SMR swing on.
Nice. The only trade bought, I was hoping for a bot event to get a little more action. We'll see what happens here. But so far, only one trade from the bot this morning. But that is also a huge benefit of trading this way, is that I'm not looking, I'm not hunting, I'm not chasing. It's kind of telling me, hey, the market is not moving, right?
Yeah.
So trade slow. So it took this one array, ARY short, just because things were moving a little bit too much, right? So it's short up in this zone. You can see that right here, up a couple bucks on it. And just said, hey, chill out, right?
Worldwide, baby, worldwide. That's for sure. What's up, Talk?
APL.
APLD didn't hold there. Yeah, it did not hold, but we'll look to see if it recovers. I did add on that undercut of 15 there. We'll see how it gets going here. Yeah, nice trade on that open. How is that open doing out the gates there?
So far, so good. Don't jinx it, anyone, please. Don't.
No, just how's Zillow doing? Right, Zillow holding well. We'll see if it takes 85. That's
Yeah.
a good sign there.
I think with open, it is purely a short. It's can they squeeze the shorts, right? If they can get those shorts, because as of the last report, there's been no, they haven't covered. They are short this thing as they ever been, and we know if you look at this chart, you can see it went from 12% short to 25% short under a buck. So we know that there's a lot of people trapped short, and they are trapped short under a buck. So that's really the only thing I think that matters here on this name is that if you end up getting a nice push through this zone on open, then you just get those auto liquidations. And the thing is, if and when you see that, it will be fast and aggressive, and I will just be covering kind of as quickly as I can because they often don't really last for that long. So you've got to be there. So what I've done, just for everyone, is I've set alerts at 550, 650, like tons and tons of alerts, because the hope is that as things start to rip through, my phone and watch is just going to go crazy yelling at me about open, so I can open up my broker on my phone and just start selling out. Because I know there's some people out here saying that this is going to be the next Carvana and a turnaround company and all that. I don't know and don't really care about any of that. I just want to I know the positioning, right? You guys know I focus a lot on that. The positioning is short. People are betting against this company, and if those people are wrong, even only temporarily, like AMC, still an awful company, but if you played the short squeeze way back when it happened, there was some good money you had there. But you can see you had to be out quick, right? These shorts, if it's an awful company and it's ripping, the generally reverses over time. So you just have to quickly understand that, hey, I want to take my trade and I just want to move right on. So
All right, guys, we'll see what happens with this APLD. Definitely taking a shot there. MSTR now starting to recover there, guys. I'm going to add on this now. It's looking really good. I'm just looking for pullbacks to add. I got 50 shares in, looking really good on that trade. MSTR now starting to lift here. So this was just a nice, like, kind of flag pullback buy, right? Nothing too complicated there. We'll see if it starts to take off. Spy now taking off. That's what I wanted to see, guys. I was looking for a nice update, and now it's starting, guys. So let's start looking for at least what I feel. Michael, I know you're probably in the same camp as me. This looks good for up action. Let's look for quality names like Microsoft and Amazon. Let's see how those are doing. Those are on the pullback. Well, how's Apple leading here? That one, of course, we've talked about how that one wants new highs. It's pushing strong. Let's look for Nvidia also to stay strong today. Nvidia now starting to push there. Got to 182.50s. It's hot. It's hot. AMD also, that's another one that we can look at. It's had a nice little pullback. I actually like this AMD pullback. We'll look to see if we start to lift there in AMD.
Well, and the reason I like this so much is that we have this huge support, right? So we pulled right back. We talked about this, right? This was the all-time high breakout candle, right here. And we didn't quite get it, but we pulled back a little bit, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Like if you go to a 30-minute chart and really zoom out, there's been a lot of support in this zone. So playing this range to me makes sense because there's really nothing going on. So if there's nothing going on, you're not going to bet a support, a break of one thing or another. If there's a lot of news and momentum and things like that, yeah, maybe support's going to break. In this case, we came right back down to the support zone, and buyers have so far stepped in, and they've stepped in pretty strongly. So I just want to watch really closely here to see, as long as we can hold this zone, I think we're looking good. So well through VWAP. 2-day VWAP is sitting at 643.91. So that's going to be the next area I'm really going to keep an eye on. Just because I think that's going to be a important one. Because if we end up losing this to the upside, that means everyone who bought yesterday and all the people today, they're starting to make money, and that's just it's a good sentiment thing.
That MSTR went up. and down just as fast, guys. I was up there a pretty good amount, close to like $150. Just wiped out for a 128 loss. So quickly as it came back, it got shorted into fast around the VWAP.
And the
So
SPY
Bitcoin getting shorted into fast there, guys.
SPY pulling back here as well, back to VWAP. So maybe another test, or maybe, and we gotta understand that this is going to be a pretty middling day, because there's just nothing standing out to say, hey, this is an event that we care about. So again, tomorrow we have like job openings and Dallas Fed services thing. We've got all kinds of stuff tomorrow. We've got all kinds of stuff Wednesday. We've got stuff Thursday. I'm looking here. We got stuff Friday. It's a busy week when it comes to economic stuff, just not today. So today you might see a lot of these moves: a big push up, a little bit of a run down, sideways consolidation across the zone would not surprise me by any means. And to me, still just one trade. I got $10, guys. It's dollar menu on me.
Dollar menu, baby. Palantir dropped fast there, guys. It's already down to back to 174 from 177. So it did get a bounce out the gates there. That was what a little concern about the swing trade. I had to hold through any bounce like that, and that's just the bounce that gets a lot of shorts out, right? So then now they're just dropping it fast there. Tells me to be careful for momentum names. Just seems like the momentum names are not holding anymore. I talked about that early last week, and boy, oh boy, did it break towards the end of the week.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Again, you can see this all the time, and this is not, I don't know, normal to find normal market behavior, but look at the Qs, right? At lows, testing these pre-market lows, and then look at IWM, right? At highs, testing well above pre-market highs, testing this high from yesterday. So, right, large cap tech down, value, everything else in the world up. So this is that rotation we talked about it. And again, the reason I'm hammering on this so much is because this is the power of positioning data. We saw this in the positioning data. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. We've been kind of pounding the table on this as hard as we could, saying they are short the IWM. They're short the S&P 500. They're short these names that contain finance and healthcare and energy and all of this, and they are overly long large cap tech. This is just what happens when trends develop. People get really long the thing that has been running for some time, and that works until the moment it doesn't. And then you have these unwinds where IWM is just ripping here. You can see a nice little breakout of this range. It's looking really, really good here, and then you see Qs, and it's barely sitting at lows. So if you're someone who only focuses on large cap tech, and you think large cap tech is the market, even though it's only a handful of names, you think the market's doing bad today. And then we have IWM up 0.3%, MDY, which is our mid caps, up 0.3%, RSP, which is our large cap, but just not large cap, like not the mega cap tech names, that's up as well. It's the big guys who are weighing us down here.
All right, took a small position there in AMD, still battling that APLD. We'll see what happens with that big position in that one, just trying to get that back above 15s. It's been a battle. The pattern's there for the run. I'm not sure if I'm going to get it. I've definitely sized into it, trying to get the move right. But let's see what happens, right? The move is there for above 15s. Now it gets there to 15s. Now do the buyers step in here, right? The buyers got to step up here if I'm going to get a big win. Let's find out. It's going to be a battle. Ain't going to be easy. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's this just watching really closely this Qs versus IWM chart, right? Another way you could look at it is growth versus value, right? If we really want to simplify it to its core components, you're going to have more value names in small and mid cap, and you're going to have more growth names in this. And the reason for that, if anyone wants to know, is that if you grow too much, you get kicked out of the IWM. So what's left in there is value names, right? Small industrial companies, small banks, things like that. So people are kind of gravitating to this. And again, you don't need to be crazy about why, right? Everyone bought and made a whole bunch of money in large cap tech. So at some point they got to sell that and they got to buy something else. And we know that everybody has shorted the rest of it, right? They've shorted those other names.
What's going on, chat? What you guys looking at? Anything that's standing out for you in the short interest names? I'm seeing NAOV. Let me see in the small caps anything standing out. OTLK, that's up 21%. And then ASBP is a 73-cent stock that's up about 100%.
We have this VTAC that Steph was talking about
VTAC.
earlier. It's interesting.
Let's take a
Got the
look.
chart here.
VTAC.
So nice little pullback, not falling apart, but definitely pulling back from the open. And he was also looking at IOTP. Anytime I want to know what small caps are doing, I just look at Steph there in the chat, usually on IO Biotech. Nice little rip there, 15% on that guy. Small biotech companies are common for these things.
All right, guys, getting a little rip here. Wanted to rip a little bit further so I can sell some into the rip, get back to break even, and let the remainder of the share size work. See if I can get that here. We'll see it.
Yeah, again, still seeing the SPY IWM like divergence, right? The IWM is starting to get dragged down by the big cap tech.
Yeah, SPY also starting to get dragged really, really significantly now.
Yeah. So you got to just be a little careful of that where you've got
Wipeout moves ready to happen. We'll see what happens.
because yeah, even eventually if the big growth guys go down enough, the value names have to be they'll be pulled down with them, right? And when markets sell, kind of everything goes to one.
Yeah, that was the move for APLD to make the move. It got there close to a breakout. It went to 518s. It's right back down. Might have to cut out of this trade here. We'll see what happens. Not being able to hang on, neither is tech right now, and that's going to definitely pull back some names. NVIDIA still holding on. That's not a bad one to keep an eye out. Tesla still holding on well, too. Got out of that one a little bit quick, but it's definitely still holding.
Yeah, it's a choppy day and a bifurcated day, right? XLV is up hitting new highs today. XLF hitting new lows today, right? This is very much this particular market where it depends on where you look, it depends on where you are. Everything, right, with solar, for example, right, ripped off the open, is now pulling back a bit. It's just, it completely depends on where you're looking in the market, whether or not this is a super bullish day or bearish day. So it just means stick with strength, right? Make sure you're looking at the trend of the stock. You've got some sort of reason for things to move. Tax trading Axon, yeah. So like that's a perfect example, right? This Axon's up and it looks like it's breaking out of a little bit of a base here. And yeah,
AbbVie continuing the health game is really where I'm seeing some rotation go to, guys. So if you're looking for rotation, I feel like that's the play. Also, defensive, quality, value. We've talked about it. That's what you're seeing the shift go to.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and it's again positioning data. They've been short value, they've been long growth. So at some point, to take profit on that trade, they have to buy value and sell growth. And
it doesn't mean they unwind at all. They're just trying to take some, right? And find some money, right?
Well,
doesn't mean that they're running, but they're definitely taking some profits out there.
And as short as they are small caps, eventually, right, you gotta do something, right? Eventually, if you're that short small caps, you need to cover. If you're that short the S&P 500, you need to cover. If you're that long the Qs, you don't necessarily need to sell, but those short names you definitely need to at some point. So what will happen is, say, like, it's obviously a bunch of different participants, but let's say it's just one giant fund, just to make it easier in your brain, that is very long the Qs and very short the IWM. That's just one fund. Well, if that fund liquidates because they've been underperforming, because they're short something that's ripping, so that's going to take away from the other one. They if they get liquidated, they have to force out of this position, so they'll have to sell their Qs and buy their IWM. Now, obviously, it's not one fund, but if you kind of think about it like that in your brain, it makes it much easier to see what this unwind would look like. It would just be like a return to normal of, right, IWM catching up, maybe Qs either lagging or coming back down. Doesn't right? And then that trade unwinds and the positioning data becomes more normal, because that's why I've been hammering the head on it. You'll probably hear me for months never mention positioning data when it's not this crazy, right? It's like sentiment data. I don't care when the sentiment data just reads, everything's fine, right? That's not interesting sentiment data. And same with positioning data. Now that we're in a world where positioning data is so crazy, that's why we really have to focus on it. TSLA.
Palantir dropping fast, 172 now, guys. So that swing is still looking good there. QS dropping fast. A lot of names dropping fast today, guys. A good short could also be on METC. It's starting to pull back now. So that's giving you the ability to kind of short into that one.
Open is popping up here. Next area I'm going to watch is $4. That was the high of this candle right here. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. We're up pretty good. We're up 20% on open today. That's a nice looking little trade. Again, very much a where are you looking? I mean, XLV is up. UNH, which now you can trade obviously with UNHG if you want to. I know a couple of my buddies have been trading that. It's a double leveraged, pretty liquid. Double leverage UNH, it's only $17, so there's some potential, some trades to be made there. Yeah, so it's very much don't focus too much, I don't think, on what the market is doing today, because it's not doing anything. It's down 0.07%, but we're seeing some sectors do very well, some sectors do very poorly. Very much a day to be everywhere, which is a good day to be talking about bots, because right, they do a very good job of monitoring all of this different action at the same time.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt, guys. We'll see what happens. And definitely a day where the bot game could be the way to play. We'll see if we can get some other runs to kind of happen here. Still in this APLD, taking shots out there. I'm looking at some smaller names moving today. Fossil. The Fossil watch. Was any of these PGA guys wearing Fossil watches? I know that's what made it run before.
Yeah.
But FOSL getting a little bit of a lift today, just to mention a
Yeah.
name out there.
Nice breakout. Is that one of those shorter ones? I haven't.
Oh, yeah, that one's like one of those that don't run until they get some type of momentum move, and then all of a sudden they're just moving. Like, look at the daily chart.
Yeah,
That thing is ripping. The
7
daily
days
charts
to
tell you
cover.
these, though.
Right.
The daily charts tell you these. Look in the past history, how much pops and drops you have. This is almost traded like a penny stock, right? The history will tell you.
Well, yeah, a lot of these watch companies have just been murdered by the Apple Watch. Right? It's just, yeah, look at this round trip. Be interesting to see it when. Let me ask.
It doesn't look bad
When
either.
did the Apple Watch launch?
I actually like this fossil here.
Funny. April 2015. So right here is a month or weekly chart of Fossil. So right here is where they launched the Apple Watch. And then it's kind of been downhill from them ever since. Because Fossil is one of those weird ones where it's not like they're nice. I think I have a couple. They're okay watches, but they're not like super
No,
nice.
it's not a luxury brand. It's a
Yeah.
budget, good-looking watch, right? And I think that at the end of the day, it's not bad. They have some decent watches for like 50 or 60 versus spending 500, right? Or thousands of dollars.
But yeah, this is a good, you want to talk about technology disruption, right? This box right here is where they launched the Apple Watch, and then ever since then they were an $80, $90 stock then, and now they're $3. So
I don't understand that because I don't want no Apple Watch. I don't want no other technology on me giving me
no,
cancer. I'm
give
good.
give me the watches, give me the glasses, give me
No,
the
man, that's too much cancer
all
for
that.
me, man. I'm around
Take it.
enough computers. I don't want to be wearing one on my wrist. But we all know at the end of the day, they're gonna take over. I mean, a lot of people
Plug it.
wear them,
Oh
smart
yeah,
watches.
put
I
the chip
actually, if I
right
wear
in
a
my
watch, I
head.
just wear a watch.
No, I'm the guy just hooked. I'll be first. Put the chip right in my dome. I'll take it.
Yep.
Well, no, I'll be
Well, Elon, set him up. Set him up, Elon.
kids. Take care. It's coming. I'm all for it.
Set him up, Elon.
Just wake up and think and set up all the bots for the morning and just go about my
That's
day.
it.
I'll take it. Because this is good. Because again,
What do you guys think? You guys use iPhone watch? out there? Anyone uses a
Oh,
smartwatch?
I think probably a lot. I read somewhere that's like Apple's watch business is worth more than like Netflix,
Hmm.
which is just nuts. But yeah, I'm again, my demons, one of the things that got me into automated trading is my demons were days like today. Days like today, I'd probably stopped out by now if I was trading myself because I would be looking at all of these stocks moving around and trying to be chasing
Yeah.
names. And you can see that ain't the move, right? That ain't
No.
the move today. Even Fossil, or what we're talking about right now,
Yeah.
right? Surge, and now it's pulling back. This is definitely because nothing's happening today. Today's the day just to chill out.
I like this trade
And
for swing, guys. I'm just gonna throw it out there. FLNC, just to throw out one. I'll try to get it. I'll let you guys know if I got it.
well, and that was kind of I was talking about like how Mitch is looking on the swing side of things because it's a good day to look at swings because the market's not moving too much. So you have a little more time to think about them. But yeah, for me, I would be, old school Michael would be kind of swinging from the fences, trying to take trades all over the place here. New school Michael is just I've taken the one trade. The bot's taken one trade. If there's more trades to be taken, I'll take it. I'm up like $10 right now. Awesome. Some of my swings are doing great, which is fantastic, and that's going to be something we're going to look at soon. We're going to now that I've passed the day trading account. Get out of here. Now that I've passed the day trading account with purely bot trading, the game plan is to open up and pass a swing trading account with purely bot trading and do some different things than I do over at my website for swing trading. Do some new systems that are more in that kind of I'm thinking 30-minute hourly chart range, not so much daily and weekly, which is what I do with my own money. And the idea is diversification, right? Is to spread out my risk and the trades that I make across as many different things as possible, right? So Palantir still going down, tax name, yeah.
What do you think about that FLNC chart?
LNC.
It's an interesting one just because of the $8 spot. So we just got a nice little pullback right back to that pop. Friday's action had it as high as 870s. So looking to see if this one can start working its way back.
Well, this is what I'm seeing right off the bat, right? That's pretty
Yeah,
bull
that's
flaggy,
exactly what I see. You
right?
know what I mean? It's more, how do you want to play this, right? I was talking about earlier breaks of eights when they started to come back through eight. Now we're back to eight, and so it
Nice,
gives me a good risk to return.
nice little cup and handle style idea,
Yep.
where right. So if it gets up and fills the gap, that's a 50% gain. If it can get right back to that gap, that's great. And,
Yeah.
right,
And this one runs with BE. BE is kind of more your leader, your Bloom Energy. But this has just been an absolute monster, right?
yeah, that's a good looking trade. If it can resolve that flag higher, it's
We'll see what happens there, guys. What are you guys taking a look at? Palantir, I saw still talking about that.
MB.
Yeah,
Master Beef Group. Rip up, elevator back down. This screams be careful all over it, man. Looking at this craziness. So yeah, be careful. It's halted right now. Looks like it might be halted. This is one of those up 70% today. Insane dudes. I'm gonna just guess that they sell beef is one of those. So but yeah, slow grind. You want to talk about staircase up, elevator down. We were grinding from $2 up to 16, and then in 2 days we're back down to $3. Staircase up, elevator down, always.
yeah, man. I hope those Palantir longs are ready to hold on so I can get re-short this thing. I'm going to look for a bounce later in the day. This thing's just starting to annihilate some traders on the drop. And this was a Kramer. This is what I call getting creamed.
Oh yeah, he
He
got us.
Kramered them as bad as can be, man. You know how he told them? He said when it was right around here at 188, he was, oh, it's going to 200.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, when you get that Kramer effect, dude, that someone told Kramer they're big short.
That's what a
What a guy.
You think at some point you would just kind of
You just put his face right here in between here.
hang up the.
Look at
I,
the action from that day, though. It's like, like at least if you would say maybe like there was one more day in between his call out, but no, it's just tank right after that.
It's the difference between financial media, which is kind of what I call CNBC, right? It's like entertainment almost at that point, and actual kind of trading, because he might be right, but like when? Like, is it 2 years from now? Is it, do we pull back here and chop around for a little long time? And he won't talk about
It's crazy.
trades that he makes. He just talks about, I think this is going to go to 200. And then, fast forward 5 years from now and it's at 200, he can just tap his back. And it's like, well, did it pull back to 150 before then? And right. So, it's gone from, right. You're saying it's going to go up $10, but it has to go down $50 before it goes up. It's just, it's not how serious people trade, right?
No, no.
You can kind of look at it and take his analysis on it and say, okay, well, maybe I like the company for whatever and agree with his analysis. But this is why large hedge funds that do their analysis based off of fundamental stuff do their trading based off of technical stuff.
SMR looking interesting here, guys. I do have it on the swing. We'll see if it starts to come back there. What you want to see, I would look for is like the CEG to start riding up there, this GEV to go back, right? Those types of names, you want to see them come right back up. Google came out with some nuclear talk this morning. So look to see if Google can go higher today. I'm just looking at that as a stock that did mention nuclear reactors and things like that. It's an interesting trade. I think in the long run, there might be some pullback, but something to keep watch. Fossil starting to get going again. Let's see if that can break the 350s. Just looking to see if that wants to go and maybe get to a run to 4. Could make that run to 4, right? It has this little setup there. We'll see if it does make that run. Open, of course, still continuing. That's a smaller one. That's a nice little push there. 3 grinds up, so maybe a VWAP pullback time, but looks good. Maybe we get to 4 today, right in the 9 EMAs. Wouldn't be a bad one there. Zillow also holding on there. We'll see what happens. AMD. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. If you want, I'll go short it.
There you go. Well, tell Kramer to say it sucks.
Tell Kramer to say that he uses Open Door.
Oh, don't do that. We'll be right back down. No, I agree. If it can get through 4, and then we want to see it quickly through 5, and then 4. That's where the short squeeze could begin, is over 5.
I mean, the way I see 4 is that starts to really create your cup, and then just be careful for maybe an opening of a handle, right? Because to me, this like creates the cup right there, right? And so depends on how you're looking at it. If you're just looking at a throwback off of this level, you might not even get the cup, right? It might just be a breakout from there. But you're definitely getting towards your resistance at 4. And then from there, you can kind of break through this 390s and start to drive towards this level, which is 497.
Yeah.
So there's a good little pocket there. If it get to 4, we'll see if there's some sellers waiting at 4.
Yeah, the question is, right, can they squeeze them? And it's one of those, they gotta get this above 5, and it's like a 30% short float. So if they can get it above 5 and hold it there, that's when you can start a squeeze. But you always know that there's going to be a fight, right? So
I'll tell you where there's a fight today. Roll is on. What's going to happen here with APLD, guys? I've been stepping up to the plate, just trying to hold in off the pattern here. Will we get the lift off? I'm as long as pretty much can be.
It's trying to get through VWAP there.
I'm green, but every time I go green, this thing goes quickly back red. I'm just looking for one expansion really to kind of sell some into. The thing is that, we have our 10-cent rule, so I'm trying to get through that 10-cent rule. And then I can take some off, look for some more to kind of lift. We'll see what happens here. The battle's on, though.
Yeah, that VWAP has been a bit of a brick wall all day.
Yeah, man. Is it going to be the move? Let me know in the chat. How are you guys feeling about this one? We'll see what happens here. Can I get it going? Will it be an air horn or will it be a trumpet type of play? We'll find out.
Yeah, more of the same. I'm seeing the Q's down 0.17, and I'm seeing
Sideways action is serious.
the IWM up 0.26. So the spread between the Qs and the IWM continues. It's definitely a place, you want to be in value. You want to be in these names. You don't want to be in big cap tech right now. And that's just what the market's telling us.
All right, guys, on the next rip, I'm going to sell a good portion of it here into this move. Let's see if I can get just a little bit more, sell a little piece here, get back towards like break even, and then let the remainder run here. Always like to do this if I can. At this point, don't really want it to go red. I'm just looking for that nice expansion. Let's see if we can get it now. APLD. Let's go, APLD. Let's push.
Nice.
All right, there's 1530s. Looking for a little click above 1530s. Going to sell half of it there. It's trying to reload some towards the VWAP here. Let's see if it reloads on VWAP. If it starts to cut that, that's going to be where it doesn't get it. But we're getting the volume increase. That's actually a good sign. Now we want to see this start to really kind of take off, right? I could also use the MACD to kind of give me a little bit of some conviction, right? So I got the cross that I need. Now I need to keep this crossed, right? It needs to expand away from the yellow line, pushing above, away from the zero line too. You see the zeros right here, right? We're starting to get back above it. I want to see this line expand away, and that's one way to stay in the trade also, right? So you could use that MACD indicator to stay in the trade. Here's 36. Boom. We'll close some there, guys. Gets me back to almost break even, yet leaving 750 shares on for a runner to get into the green. Let's go. Let's go. I could already be in the green if I took this off. I'd be up 252. But now I can let this ride, and this could break out to 16, and maybe we get 750 on this, right? So just trying to manage, get back into a manageable amount, and now I can play the game, right? Some of it is being a manager first, then you can get a little bit more risk on.
Right, and that's exactly what you want to see. Where if you look at that, there's a couple trades there, right, and a lot of them red, and then one green, and you're back to it, and that's how it should work, right?
And the key, you don't want any real pop up, right? Like this 128 on MSTR was a quick dip. It's a hard manageable trade, 75 shares, 128 on MSTR, but the rest of them are like in the 80s and 30s. So that's kind of what I more like to risk $60 to $80 on the trade. So not looking too bad. APLD now 1545s, now starting to push towards 1550s. This is where we can take a little bit of a push and then sell a portion of it and let the remainder kind of keep running here. I'm going to sell a little bit into this kind of 1550s push here. Let's sell some right there, guys. Sell a little bit there and then just keep the stop, break even, let this work. Yeah. Now I go stop, break even, let it work. Done deal, into the green.
IWM pushing on highs of the day.
Coming to you.
Right, that APLD is going to be in that small cap realm, right? So the fact that that's working with small caps makes perfect sense. Right, a $3 billion company, APLD, so a little bit outside, but not too far outside the small cap world. And MDY, you can see which are mid caps, which is more likely where it would fall. That's moving as well. So, right, the right sector to be in. You don't want to be in the Palantirs right now because that's down. Qs are down, whereas IWM is up and hitting at highs. So that's the area you want to focus at.
We'll see if APLD can really get going here, guys. Up towards the high of the day, I got a $500 trade there, so I'm going to go with that trade right there. Just going to wait for it. I'm not going to put it out there because if I put it out there, I'm going to slow down just before it. I have the stop at least out there, but we'll let that work. I do see a lot of talk in the chat about, of course, our event coming up. Shaw here saying that excited to see the bot making today. I'm reviewing all the Python finance stuff now. I know you guys are using ChatGPT. I want to dive deeper. I want to learn something new today. So Shaw, around.
I think
it'll be a great show, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to be even more excited too because we're partnering with TrendSpider, they actually have a full GUI interface, right? So no code, no nothing. You don't need to get into.
You don't need to worry about the code. You don't need to worry about all that.
They
right?
built-in AIs into their system. I can just show you guys a little bit where, yeah, you go
Yeah.
through, and we'll
Yeah.
we'll do most of that, I guess, later. But
Yeah, no worries. To keep the good stuff for later. I did want to run
yeah,
through the schedule for them really quickly. I got that. You guys get a little sneak peek of what the event coming up, but I wanted to show you guys this, right? What's the schedule for today? It's very important. I want you guys to be there. Of course, it'll be opening up at 11. You got the basics of building the bot at 11:15. At 12:30, we'll be really kicking things off with TrendSpider there. And that's something that we'll definitely be watching there. Deep dive, going to be kicking off into the signal stack at 13:30. So we're talking 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go all the way to 2:30. Don't miss the giveaway, of course, at 2:15. So
free stuff.
hey, free stuff. You can't miss it, guys. We have a schedule. We'll be there with you guys. This is exactly what you guys can expecting. And like I said at the top, automation has never been this easy. So stick around, guys. A lot for you guys coming up. Let's get
Yeah,
back to the show.
that's the big thing, right? People talking about Python. Don't think you really got to go. You got to go crazy with that stuff anymore, right?
Yeah.
We got AI, all that kind of stuff. So it allows us to focus on other things, right? And let those things work. Where IWM is struggling here a little bit at highs. That might be a drag down for some of those small cap trades, but just still doing so much better than we're seeing on the other side of things. Again, I was really hoping for some more action on the day with the bots, but it's doing a really good job of just keeping me
Spy
out of
holding
stuff.
now. I'm ready to take some shots now, guys. I want to do what? I want to be in winners, right? Stocks that have stayed strong today or maybe held support and didn't break pre-market lows. Clean Spark, one of those names, right? Mara comes into play with that. Well, hasn't broken pre-market lows. Look for those maybe to start getting stronger. Going to start to look for tech names to come back. SoFi. I've talked about how SoFi is really making a move, guys. And on the daily, it's starting to curl. So it's one to definitely keep an eye out on the long run. Of course, we just played this last week on Tuesday. Was able to make a good trade. We'll see what happens there in SoFi.
Yeah, just watching SPY. Yeah, flipped green just very slightly. Right?
ALB, not a bad trade to look at today. It's holding above VWAP, holding here. If the market can go, I like ALB, SQM, those types of names, the lithium names. How are those doing today? LAC catching a little bit of a bid off this $3 spot. This looks like a swing opportunity for me. You know, you're definitely buying the bottom, right? 100%. But you got through the earnings report. It went sideways through that earnings report. If it takes that earnings report high, it's going to be viewed as a little bit like maybe the earnings were positive here. Don't mind it. You guys see me thinking swing trades, right? Thinking of them. Let's go and attack some of these. SMR is still looking good there. FLNC, I want to see those names start to go green now with the market trying to push. Let's see if the market can push here and we get to start seeing some tech names leading the party. So a lot of times I look at the 15-minute chart. Now it's leading energy and technology. That's what we needed to see, guys. So that tells me NVIDIA higher. Look at NVIDIA higher, right? It held on. What did I say? Look for stocks that held strength today. This one didn't even break VWAP. So that tells me watch for maybe an AMD run now. I don't mind to trade this off of this. I actually wouldn't mind to take a day trade on this. Let's take a little bit off the 176 there to see if this really starts to get going. I'll take 100 shares here and risk 45 bucks. Let's go for it. Let's take a little bit here to see if this can really get going. I'll do the 60 bucks towards the bottom end there to see if this starts to lift off on AMD. We can take a look at some other names out there. What are you guys seeing in the markets? Michael, any names standing out to you that are starting to come back?
No, I'm watching actually some of the crypto space. So if you go to Solana, take a look at the 30-minute
Bounces are coming.
chart, right? We've got a low here that this was kind of this morning and a little bit overnight that we pulled into, a little bit of a bounce there. You can do the same thing with Ethereum. You know, you could look at this as maybe an inverse head and shoulder, something like that. So I'm taking a look at the crypto space because if everything's starting to rip and if crypto lifts with it, then maybe we look at, we talked about Mara and how short that is. That had a little spike off the open, pulled back. 30% short float on that Mara could get things really, really interesting.
All right, guys, trying to cash into this APLD move. It's been a crazy move here, guys. Looking for a pop towards 16. Can we get it, guys? Now we're starting to really take off here. Let's go. Let's go. Of course, I got 450 shares still on this. Originally 1,500 shares on this. So now I'm just trying to grind it up, right? Got to make sure I cash on this, though. So I'm going to put a stop right underneath the low on the 1 minute, not letting this go red candle 1 minute. So just riding it on the 5 minute. I'm watching the action here. I'll show you guys that because I also got AMD. You guys see that long there, 176.45. Looking for the break towards the high of the day, but I'm just keeping on the 5 minute and watching for this to stay green. You see how it's been green, green, green? Just making sure that it's not breaking the prior candle's closing action and grinding it up there. Let's see if we can get one more drive to like 1590s and I can just cash and go here. We're just going to put the stop up right behind it now. Make sure we take 300. There you go. Stops in the green now. Let this keep going. Try to make it break towards 16, but I'm also not going to get too pretty with it. You guys can see that. That's a pretty good trade. We'll take the money and run if it pulls back.
That's good. And again, like we talked about, was having a little bit of a down day to start the day, and then just one good one takes
That's
it all
it.
back. It's what you want to see.
Yeah, that's it. And
That's how
so
you do it.
now I'll show you guys how I trail, right? So I'm going to trail this. I'm going to put a trail. You click on this and then you'll activate a trail with our system. This is a good way to do it if you just want to kind of stair step with it up, right? It's about 70 ticks. So you're 70 ticks away and you're just kind of ticking as the stock goes up. It's going to keep raising this up higher, securing more and more profit for me. Looking for a break towards 16s. If it does do the breakout, I can just keep grinding up with it. Right now we're going to 95s. Now we're rising up. Now we're up 400. Now 362. Let's go. Let's go. This turned out to be a hell of a air horn trade right there, guys. Smash it up. If you guys are enjoying Trade the Pool, let us know in the chat. It's a good one here. And I'm glad I didn't, this was hard to hold on through this, but the pattern was there to hold. It never really broke the support. You got a couple of fake outs, and then really the bullish engulfing candle here at 15 is what got this party started.
Yeah, it's
coming back to you, man. Not a bad trade at all, though.
I'm just setting up bot here, but
Look,
yeah,
SMR now starting to go up. You got some trades starting to come back here, so I'm sure your bot is even starting to get a little bit more active.
well, that's what I'm looking at, right? Yeah, I see a little more 7 alerts coming through here, so I got to keep an eye on those. But yeah, SPY right here. We talked about this earlier. This 643.80 ish. That's the 2-day VWAP. We smacked right up against that. So, and we're pulling back just a little bit off that 2-day VWAP. But if that's just a little rest and we get through that, then if we go to the daily chart here, this could actually start to develop and become a bit of a green day. And back through these prior highs, that's all-time highs again. That's it's a big deal.
Yeah, AMD holding well here, guys. I'm going to look for AMD to really get the party started also now. If the SPY can really kind of break out here. SPY just pulled back. It's looking for a reload, but the Qs were a little bit stronger break here. So I'm looking for the Qs to kind of start to drive the party. That's a move to 578, really start get things going. And I hate to say it, but I actually want to see if solar can lift here and show me that the momentum wasn't just, a little bit of a push. It's actually trying to get a little bit of some tech run there. A name to look at to see if it takes off, Run, RUN.
Yeah, so someone said, do I trim into runners or do I add? I have never had luck adding to trades. I know it's like mathematically the correct thing to do, and it will probably make money. I've just never had success with it. It's just always been one of those. Every time I do it, I get clapped.
Maybe that's something that maybe I can try a system adjustment there to see if maybe we can do some ads. That'd be an interesting way to test one of these bots out, right? To see which one is, like, let's say, more profitable, right? Is it the one that adds or the one that stays towards that original average?
Well, and again, that's another huge thing that, again, you can do a Trade the Pool where you can open multiple accounts. And you can have, right, in programming worlds, they just call them like a bake-off. It said, well, listen, I don't know which one of these answers is correct, so let me buy 2 small accounts and build two bots that trade maybe the same style completely differently and just let them work, right?
Yeah. Seems interesting, right? Well, hey, stay tuned. There's going to be more of that right here, guys. Trade the pool. All right, seeing that pullback there, still holding on to AMD here. It might get cut out towards the bottom of it. I don't want to get too pretty with AMD, though. It loves to do this and then just kind of rally, but I'm not going to get too pretty with it here. If it cuts me, it cuts me. Have the stop out there. Run is one that I'm watching with that array, right? These stocks could start to push here.
I hope
So,
not.
hey.
I hope not, because I'm short them. But yeah, that's
I can't blame you, though. I can't, right? You know how I feel about them.
well, again, and then for me, it's a system. You
Just
know,
the system
I
telling me
have
to short solar names. It's usually not wrong.
I have no.
I can tell you guys at least that much. But there was some bank notes out that I think are helping these names, right? These
Yeah, well, and again, the beauty of these kind of systems is that I don't have to have any emotional attachment to
Yeah.
any of these. And I know
No need.
full well that it's going to, I think it's right like 52, 53% of the time. So I know that half of every trades I'm going to lose money on. So it really helps with this detachment of these things. I really don't care what happens. It's either going to be the 52% right or the one of those as well. And away we go.
Q's and SPY, though, playing with people today, right? It's right back to it's maybe unchanged even from the open. That just goes to show you how much of the kind of little back and forth battle you have and slight rotations in different areas, right? It's just a balancing act, right? And I think that's what we're seeing. Healthcare now pulled back. Now look to see if maybe the healthcare names start to push right back to the highs. Johnson & Johnson, one of those names I'd give you guys that is the setup is right back to the highs. XLV, setup, right back to the highs, right? We're seeing that rotation still stay on the market right now. That's why I'm watching to see if these healthcare names just fall off. Is it a very short-term turn that they're looking for in healthcare, or are they really sizing in a rotation back to healthcare, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's something that you can look for in the next even week or two, right? This could be a bigger trade.
For sure. And we see it, we talk about it all the time, right? Rotation
Look
is
at
the
that Johnson and
lifeblood.
Johnson chart on the monthly. I know it's not a chart that we talk about often, but man, Johnson and Johnson,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice, solid breakout of this base.
you know what I mean? Solid. So this is one of your value healthcare, right? This
Yeah.
is not growth healthcare. And this tells me that, yeah, this move could have a little bit more weighting into it. And it's looking good today even. Daily chart really holding 9 EMA pullbacks. So maybe we've seen a shift here in healthcare that a lot of us weren't expecting.
Well, it's hated, right?
It is.
When something's hated, that's usually the time you want to buy it, right? As soon as
Yeah.
everybody in the world's got the same opinion and the same position on a name, that's usually when it's time to get going, right?
Yeah,
And
here's another one near the all-time highs. AbbVie, I can see that one maybe making a push towards all-time highs. You want to see those types of names, right? This never got weak. It just hung out. Johnson & Johnson never really got weak. It just hung out,
yeah.
right? It just hung out sideways. The ones that hang out sideways are the easy ones to lift right back up. Now, if you drop them like Lily, it's a little bit harder, right? That's a little bit harder to kind of go after. But that's that undercut and rally. And the gap fill could be very much into play. Maybe it doesn't get back to 860. That's ways to kind of look into this space. And we could take a look at different ones here. Will a Pfizer ever get going? I can't even trade this thing anymore. I almost told to myself that she's just dead to me. You're not allowed to trade her anymore.
Well, and yeah, that's sometimes those happen, right?
Yeah.
Those companies that used to be. I remember Pfizer used to actually be an interesting one to trade way back in the day because they had a lot of news
Yes.
of drug discovery and all of this. But I don't know, unless they're buying at this point, I don't really know what the thing is. That's part of the problem with a lot of these companies is that they're very interest rate sensitive as well, because how Johnson Johnson grows isn't so much inventing new drugs anymore. It's
Smart.
I'm going to buy the company. So I need to have the cash to buy the company or leverage it. And that becomes harder when interest rates are higher, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it becomes an interesting thing because, again, if you ever trade it in the healthcare space or in the biotech space, that's how it works is your company gets, they get through phase 2, maybe they're knocking on the door of phase 3, and then some company just comes and goes, all right, I'm going to just give you a bunch of money to either take your drug off the market if I have a competitor drug, or just to sell your drug and to do probably a better job than you did, right?
All right, guys, gonna step up to the plate here, see if I can get AMD to start going here, or I could go to Nvidia, those types of names to see if they keep pushing here. I think right now it's very important to just drive off of that wick. So I'm gonna look to like bet off of this because if you go back to 576, I think we break down. So at this point, I want to take some shots that we can just lift off of the VWAP. So I could essentially kind of bet on a VWAP pullback here. So wait till it gets to VWAP, then look for it to start taking off. AMD's already pushing a little bit there off the 176. I'm gonna see it really kind of push there and lead there. Nvidia is definitely a little bit stronger today, so maybe that's a 90 MA pullback look there. And Meta's been pulled back a lot, so I need to see like kind of the names that were hot start to lead again. And they're not leading just yet, so I'm being a little bit patient. But we've had so many 15-minute wicks right here. If we go back to this level 576, I don't think we're going to be able to hold it. So I'm just looking for the drive higher. We'll see if we get that. If we do go back to 576, be a little bit careful on even my swing longs. The longer it takes for us to push up, I think it leaves more room for us to start to dip down.
Yeah, and this has been as range bound of a day as I have seen in some time.
It's been some time since we've been this range bound.
Like, look at this chart. Up to 2-day VWAP, back down to 1-day VWAP, up to 2-day VWAP, back down to 1-day VWAP. And it is the way that we expected it, right? Not to pat ourselves in the back too hard. It's just we called it, right? It's one of those things that this is what is occurring in the market right now. We have no economic numbers today. We have tons tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. So it will be a busy week. It's just not today. So like I always say, put yourself in the shoes of a hedge fund manager, right? You're sitting around and you're saying, okay, we got all this economic numbers that are really going to change our models coming up this week. Am I swinging for the fence on a Monday morning? It's like, certainly not. We're having a lot of meetings. We're saying, right, if CPI comes in, or I don't know, whatever numbers, jolts come in, this, or if that comes in like this, or this comes in like this, and they're doing their if-then scenarios and updating their models and running those things. That's what they're doing today. They're not swinging for the fences. Now, tomorrow and then the rest of the week, that's when they'll put on these trades based off what these numbers come out as. But and that's why we kind of said right off the open, it's probably a day to be buying dips and selling rips, looking for stocks that are underlying strong, but not really chasing those breakouts. So, and a perfect example, I think, is Mitch with your APLD trade, right? He wasn't buying it here, right? He was waiting for it to come in. He bought this little dip, and now look at it go.
Yeah, it's up there to 1640s now, guys. Literally, if I would have just left it on, I'd be up like 1,500 on this trade, close to $2,000. So it's a really good trade there. And we got another catalyst. The last time we got this catalyst was in June 2nd. So you guys follow me on Twitter. You guys will know I actually even put this out. I've been watching APLD for a while now. And boom, got hot again, guys. We first watched it through 11. Now we're watching it through 16, right? This has been a crazy, crazy trader.
Yeah. Yeah, and you look at this. This is one of those that if you're still in, right? If you follow Mitch, you're still in. That to me looks like a day turn swing.
Yeah.
Kind of setup, right?
If this was on the swing account, it'd definitely be more of that hold off 15.
Look at that, right?
As long as it doesn't break 15 now, you're looking a lot better.
And you had a topping tail, at 1550 up here, and you had another topping tail at around 1550. So there used to be a big seller in this area. Yep. This is kind of showing me, again, if you stick the landing today, that he is likely gone, and potentially now you get another leg, and right, geez, wow, this is like all-time highs is the next like big area I see in that. We're talking the high 20s, low 30s. Would just be a nutso trade. Take a look at OKLO. When are we starting the bot event? We're starting the bot event in 20 minutes. So in a couple minutes, I'm going to take off here to make sure I've got all the human needs out of the way before we
Yeah, get ready,
and be
guys.
back for that. But OKLO, I know Mitch was talking a lot about SMR. They're going to move pretty much in lockstep, right? Same business, same idea. Just huge zone here. Okay? We've got this kind of 69, $70 zone. I'd say your trade, if you're interested in this, pretty simple. If we hold this this pink line that I put in, great. And if we break it, probably time to go. And so it's an interesting area there for sure.
Boom. Winner, chicken dinner today. Not a bad trade. And what is the Qs doing? Is coming just playing with people, just playing with people. Last week I said early on Monday even, I was talking about how I felt like the nuclear names were starting to get weak. Put that out on my Twitter. I also talked about it on Trader TV, that those names looked like they could get weak. And boy, oh boy, they got weak. And we're going to see if they start to turn today. I'm even betting on one like SMR just because it's down so much, so fast. But at the same time, we are definitely seeing those hype trades start to die.
Yeah, and I think that's perfectly, like, let me pull this out, perfectly illustrated here, right? So Q's down 0.14%, SPY flat, but then you have RSP, which is, your average large cap stock, that's doing great. You have MDY, your average mid cap stock, that's doing great. And you have IWM, your average small cap stock, is doing great. So it is definitely a big cap tech, bad. Pretty much everything else is doing okay today. So
yeah, it was close to $700 trade on that APLD, but where it's at now, it's like whoa, it's starting to really take off now, and this is looking good now. 1660s now all the way up there. It's definitely gotten the big run. Look for maybe a core weave to kind of move similar to this.
wow, I didn't know APLD was that shorted. 32% short float, they're saying right
Yeah.
here.
CoreWeave cut their position in APLD. They had, I think, a stake in this company, and they cut it. And when that happened, some people thought that meant short APLD. And they started to add short.
Yeah.
They're definitely caught on the wrong side.
Well, and again, we always talk about this. This is one thing that I love about charting the short float percentage is where they are, right? So the short float was only 17% back here. So they've been shorting. It started to increase during this time. So their average short price is somewhere, $8 to $10. From a percentage basis, that's pretty gnarly. If you're short at 8 to 10 and it's at 15 to 16, on a percentage basis, you are getting smacked, and we'll have to do something at some point. You have to be right pretty quickly. But as this thing starts to break out, again, we know where they live. They started buying here, and then they covered a little bit on this upward movement, but that's still 31% of the short float. So again, they're sitting around 8 to 10. So they're down 50% underwater. So.
Yeah, I remember when I first started talking about Palantir short, I felt like everyone on Twitter was gonna hate me real quick because there's been so many Palantir bulls, and it seems like everyone on YouTube that ever wanted to make a stock video has made a video on Palantir. Well, there it is. It's on the flip, man. I feel like that's one to definitely keep an eye out for a little bit further downside action. Is Palantir can really kind of come down, guys. I feel like in the long run, this could come back down to $100 at least.
Yeah,
I
and
know
it's funny.
it's going to be interesting there, but
It's funny, you zoom out and then, yeah, you go, oh, well, that's a bad, but compared to that would just put it up, what, $100 would put it up 1,300% from these lows in 2023.
yeah.
So, yeah, that's not even saying that this is, right, the company's going to hell in a handbasket. That's just saying, yeah, it's only going to be up 1,800% instead of 2,800%.
Yeah, and just think about this also. This stock has been riding the top end of the Bollinger Band for pretty much now since May. So now you're finally just starting to get away from it. I think it could make a trip to the bottom end. Just that alone is 143. So you got to be careful for those momentum names.
Yeah, that's how that right. It's their games of musical chairs, and when it stops, right? I never want to be the one betting that it will stop,
Yeah.
because they go on way longer than most people think, and for a good reason. Because there's a lot of people out there that think that, oh, it's overvalued, so I should short it. And generally, what you want to do is just wait until that the music stops, and then you exit then. And generally, that means you miss the top, right? You wait for it to kind of crash back down, because there's some people who were who were shorting, back here when it was overbought, and probably right here when it was overbought, at $60, and been screaming that it's been overbought the whole time. So it's like the opposite. I love that meme template of, right, the line going down and then it ticks up a little bit and everyone gets super excited. It's the same thing to the short side. You'll have people who've been telling you this thing is overvalued from 60 if it pulls into 150, saying, "Look, I was right," even though it's three times. They've lost their money three times over.
All right, looking around out there. There goes that 576 on the Q's attempt there that I was a little concerned about. It's definitely pressuring the bulls now. So there it is. It cut down through the 576. Quick action there. Let's see if it starts to free fall here. If it does, we can start looking for more shorts in the market for day trades. So I'd definitely be looking at growth names to fall, but you're looking at the big boys. The big boys are not holding on. That's a sign of concern. Apple not holding on. Amazon not holding on. Google had good news about nuclear, not holding on. Microsoft in the red. All big boys in the red, it seems like, except NVIDIA.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to duck out for just a few
Go
minutes.
ahead,
Make
my
sure
friend. Get
I'm
ready for your
ready to
event
go.
coming up, guys,
I'll
and
put on
stick
my
around. A
makeup
lot more for you guys. Yeah. Go to the makeup room.
and I
Go
got
to
to
the makeup room.
powder my nose. I'll be right back.
That Wall Street powder, not that powder. Not that All right, traders, what's going on out there, guys? How we doing in the market today, guys? I'm checking in on you guys out there in the chat out there. Let me know what's going on. What you guys looking at? Ooh, there's a name. There's a couple names from AC 2000, Wolf, APD. Let's go through some names, guys. It's ticker time for the last 15 minutes here for the market. I'm probably going to not be taking too many trades or day trades. I've had a hell of a day already. Don't need to push it a little bit further than that, but we'll keep pushing out there. We'll take a look at some of the trades that you guys are watching. Big Dave in the house, GDRX. We can take a look at that one. GDRX, good RX holdings, of course. This one's not something that I'd hold in the long run, but it is a penny stock that likes to make a run. Had a huge run already. We're getting back towards the resistance. You really need to see it start to hold above 5 for it to get another run. You're right at the resistance there at 5. So it's going to be hard to keep it going through here because of overhead supply. But let's see if it can actually break above this, go to 525s, maybe 550s, 575s, and get towards a 6. It's not a bad looking stock. It's definitely on my penny stock scanner there, but it's also not the best looking one. I think there is like this SNGX that just broke 5. This one looked a little bit better. Had the pattern on the daily, had the pattern on the hourly. So you can see how this like kind of aligned here. Definitely did break out from this pattern. Now has been in its own little pattern up here. Sideways consolidation around the $4 spot, just pushed off the 450s. This one looks a little bit better here. We'll see if it actually makes a bigger run. That's SNGX, but keep these stocks flying. Let's get it going. Greetings, Big Dave. Look at that. Love in the chat there for you, Dave. It's good to see you out there. But not a bad one there on good GDRX. When it moves, it does have momentum. We'll see if it's able to stay on. Are we talking the hood, darling? Let's take a look at that. Hood slowing. Let's take a look there. Hood is slowing down there. Looks like a fade today. Looks like it could pull back a little bit there. I think this is the big level to look at the later in the day. If we do start dropping fast on the Qs there, I'd keep an eye out on Hood. It would be like for it to break this 111 fast. I wouldn't be jumping too short until it breaks that 111. But we'll see what happens if it really wants to get going and start to break down a little bit. Coin struggling. You'd want to see coin also pulled back there, not just ripping towards the 320s. This one has pulled back faster than hood, right? You can see how far it's back down. Right, we'll see what happens with this name. APLD, the best trade of the day for me, still staying strong at the top end of this move, guys. A little bit of me thinking, man, maybe you sold it too fast there, but that's just probably a little hindsight 2020. Can't be mad about making some good money, right? Let's keep it going, guys. You guys keep it going out there. Let me know what you guys are watching. All right, what else we got here coming in the chat there? What's up, Juma? How we doing? Garcia, XNet, and Fossil. Fossil, definitely one of those names that has been looking like it wants to push. You just got a nice little pullback. So this is that pullback that scares people out a lot of the times. Now we could start to drive on Fossil. I'll take the trade with you, buddy. How about we do that? Smash the like for that if you guys are enjoying it. I'll take the trade with you just to have some fun here. I like the setup there. I was watching it earlier. It just did that dip to 330. So that's where we can risk off of the 330 levels. Let's see if this can start to climb. I'll do something small just to have some access to this, right? We'll go with 300 shares. We'll take the shot there, guys. We'll take the 340s. Going to risk off the 330s and look to see if this can start to push. I'm looking for a run. It would be towards a little bit above $4, maybe $4 comes into play. That's 60 cents higher. Not a big trade, but I'll take the trade with you and we'll see if it starts to run here. So the 15-minute would like to hold this pattern to the left-hand side. You see, this is a bullish golfing candle, right? You don't want to break the body to the left a lot of the times. That's that 329 spot. So want to see that 329 spot hold. It approach fast at 350. Get the volume that it needs because it's going to need that volume pump again. You see how the volume is light? Well, we need that volume to start pumping again on the move back towards, like, let's say 500,000 in a 15-minute candle. We'll see if we get that move in Fossil. XNet also mentioned there. I'll take a quick look at that. That's holding in above 780s. I like how this is what you call a high and tight pattern, right? Where it's staying at the top end of the range and it's being very tight. You did get an undercut there that should hold, which is a 730. You shouldn't see it back at 730, right? If anything back there, that scares you the hell out of this name. But now you want to see this start to actually break the hourly pattern, which is through the 8. We'll see if it gets going through that 8. For me, I'd have to wait for the 8 break to then risk off of the 780s, but we'll see if this really wants to get going there. What's keeping this one back? No volume also. So we'll see what happens on that. Let's keep it moving. We'll look at some other stocks and some trades that you guys are mentioning. We'll keep it going here. Alestro, what's going on? Bot training is coming up. 10 minutes, guys. Starts at 11 a.m. Eastern. You see it right at the top. There's going to be a great show for you guys. I can go through the schedule right quick before we actually kick the show off here. I got you guys. Here's the schedule. Starts up there at 11. You'll be getting, of course, the opening action with Michael Katz, our CEO. Then we'll kick into 11:15, my man, with the basics of building a bot. Michael Noss taking over on that end. Then at 12:30, you don't want to miss that, guys. So stick around. Of course, we'll be kind of kicking things off here. Then Michael just jump on the screen and then hop back out. I can't even remove him here. Let me switch back here towards my screen there. There we go. Got him. All right, we'll see what's going on that one there. Definitely, let's smash it up, guys. But we'll be getting towards that. That starts at 11, guys. The bigger schedule really kicks off at 12:30. Then there's even the giveaway at 2:15, guys. So don't want to miss that. Stick around, guys. Michael, why do you keep throwing yourself on my screen? Who's doing that? Who is putting him on the screen? All right, let me try to remove him. I'm about to kick you, bro. Why do you keep putting yourself on the screen? Hold on a second, guys. All right, well, you guys will see Michael's lovely chair as he seems like he wants to add himself. We'll keep it going here, guys. We'll see what else other trades are going on here. Now Fossil starting to get in the green. That XNet trying to lift through that 8. Let's go back to the Qs. Qs just put a wick there. Now it looks good to go for that AMD trade. I'm going to go for that AMD trade. I also love the way that the SMR trade's looking, guys, on the swing. This is starting to come back there, the SMR trade. I'm looking for this to pop above 35s. I'll let you guys know if I do get that pop there. But now I'm going to look for this AMD trade to start going higher. I like this trade off of that Q's reversal there. So I could look for an undercut of the 75s here. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to start to show up there, back above 75s, the 75.50s. Got to be slower to this move than faster. So I want to see NVIDIA really kind of take off here, catch the dip, start to come back, need the Qs to kind of lead the way. Run is another one that I'm looking at. Of course, this did do an undercut there. Let's see if it starts to rally. I'll set an alert here at like 15.11 to see if this starts to run, pun intended, sun run. So we'll see if this starts to get the push. But yeah, bot training coming up next, guys. Stick around. A lot for you guys coming up here. Michael. Did you add yourself to the screen or? Yeah, I don't think he even knows he's on the screen right now. That's the worst part about it. But I'll try to remove him here as I think he added himself, so I can't remove him as an editor. But I'll yell at him. I'll send him a message. All right. Well, trying to get him. I sent him a text message at least. So we'll see if we get this AMD run back up there. I'm going to keep an eye out on this one. There's AMD now starting to push a little bit there. Need to see the Qs really kind of hold the VWAP, not come back to 576 here and break it. That's going to be the level that I'll be watching for the rest of the day. If this breaks back, let's say 575.70, I'm going to put a hard line here. Underneath this, I'm going to be looking for shorts. If it's above this, I can still look for longs to kind of break a trend line look, which would be a move that it comes back here and then just starts to push off the day. So we'll see if it starts to kind of get that drive. This is the 1 minute, right? So I'm still pretty tight, but now you're starting to see that action in AMD start to lift. That's what I wanted to see in AMD here. I'll take the shot here and see if this starts to push. We'll take a starter there and look to add back towards like 175.20s. So starter there off the 175s. We'll risk about $50 on the first action here to see if it can hold the 175 here and start to push higher. That's AMD. Of course, I got Fossil. Need to see that start to move because that's just hanging out there. But stop is set there for Fossil. Don't need to watch it. We'll look to let this work. Of course, best trade of the day today, APLD. Killer trade, guys. I absolutely murdered this trade. Over $700 in the green there. And really good trade overall, guys. So we'll look for APLD to see if it can continue strong. There's 1678s, almost 17. And this one was based off of some nice report action. Catalyst as Applied Digital break ground on a $3 billion Polaris Forge 2 campus in September 2025, expanding North Dakota's role as the national AI infrastructure leader. And there goes the drive. We'll see if AMD can drive now. We'll see if NVIDIA can drive right back up. I'm watching to see if that can get higher. If not, the Qs could do a little bit of a takedown move. Just got to be smart with AMD. It needs to get back to VWAP really to look positive. What I like about it here is that it's on the daily 9 EMA. If it can catch here, then close back to green, it'll definitely be looking good, even for a little bit of some swing action. We'll see what happens here. Now SMR going towards the green. Can this get green candled? That's what I'm watching for on SMR, because if it pushes, it could be right back towards 39 and 40. We'll see what happens in SMR. All right, let's keep going. We'll see what happens out there. Let's keep pushing. Michael will be back on any moment and realize that he's on the screen. What's up, Michael? Oh, you're on the mute button somewhere.
There we go.
There you are.
I got my protein bar. I got my
somehow you
Monster
put yourself back on screen.
Oh, cool. Hi, guys.
So we were watching you hang out. And I was trying to tell you, but editor's permission keeps you from me being able to override you.
Oh, well.
So I
Well,
can't edit the editor. So
thankfully, I was wearing clothes the whole time. So,
at least I didn't have that CNBC moment.
yeah, no, got my
No
protein bar, got
CNBC
my
moment, at
Monster
least,
Energy
guys.
drink. I'm good to go.
Good to go, guys. We're going to switch over now, of course, over to the event, guys. I'm just going to wrap it up real quick here, guys. We are seeing at least a little bit of a drive there. I talked about how this 576 level, very important level. Look how we undercut it, put a little wick there. We know how they love to do those liquidity searches. I think that was one right now. Let's see if we start to see a different trend now start to happen. Great day for me overall in trading. Really good bounce back day. Of course, this is what this is what trade to pull really gives you, right? The ability to come back and forth, guys. Have the ability to have buying power. You guys see me 389 day, showing it all, filled orders. Best trade of the day, of course, that APLD over $700 trade on that one. All right, we'll see what happens on some other ones. I'm out of here, guys. It's time to go ahead and let Michael really kick things off. We'll also be, of course, joined by Michael Katz, CEO. Stick to it. Also, Dan Ushman. So stick around, guys. I'm going to go ahead and hop out of here. Let Michael take the lead here. And you guys, do your thing. Have fun on the trading bots. I know I'll be watching in the background. And don't forget to drop questions. There will be some time where they can take some Q&A from the chat. Keep them rolling throughout the session. It's going to help them catch some great questions. We'll see you next time right here. Time to let Michael take the show.
Oh, we got you muted there. You're muted somewhere.
Am I muted? How about
There you
now?
go. All
Am I
better.
good?
Yep.
Alrighty, what's going on? How's it going, Michael?
Oh, it's going. Well, I'm so excited for this. Even when we started chatting, feels like a long time ago. I was told that bots were coming, and that made me very excited as someone who is really bad at discretionary trading, but okay at systematic trading. That I would have the option to do that. So super excited.
Sure. I know a lot of the guys also asked us to bring the bots in, so definitely it's going to be exciting event today. And generally, guys, we always listen to what you say on our community or social media. The idea is to give you all the tools that we can provide in order for you to succeed. When we started, we actually, partnered with Trade Ideas, TrendSpider, Bookmap, Traders Sync, all the big names that you're already familiar with, in order to provide you with a free user. So anyone that joining Trade a Pool gets a free user. And the idea behind it, obviously, was to just give you the tools that you're working with or need in order to succeed, pass the evaluation, become funded. And me and Michael went back and forth on this one. Creating a bot these days should be super simple, and why not? So we thought, why not to connect it, with TrendSpider, one of our biggest partners. Anyway, we can do it with him together with Signal Stack as well. And now, from today, basically, you will be able to trade with a bot, create your own bot, and Michael will show you that in a second together with Dan, the CEO of TrendSpider. And once you do that, you just connect it to Signal Stack, the bridge between TrendSpider and Trade a Pool, and then you can actually use it fully automated. Some of you already saw the video that Michael shared a few days ago, right? So you're actually doing nothing, and it's amazing to see that, Michael.
And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head for the most important part is that we're not talking about learning to code in Python and building up a super complicated thing. And there'll be some people who do code, and there's some cool stuff that you can do with it. But everything we're going to show today, anyway, is all GUI interface, which means point and click and drop down menus and things like that, where you're not going and building this thing from scratch. It's one cool thing that they've built with TrendSpider and Signal Stack, that they just link together. So you're literally copying and pasting like one URL into something that you've tested, and you're off to the races. Because I know when I hear kind of resistance to people about systematically trading or trading with bots, as opposed to doing something more manual, that they instantly think, well, I'm not a coder, I don't need to program. So I'm not a coder. I don't need to program. And between what we have with AI, but really just looking at just the GUI interface and some of the AI features built in with TrendSpider, you're off to the races with Trade the Pool like really quickly, which is something that I love. Where again, if it was I had to sit down and learn Python and do all these things, I don't know if I could. So that's what I'm really excited for. And I just wanted to point on that. Yeah, we're not talking about building a computer system. We're talking about using softwares that already exist, and then kind of combining those together.
Yeah, 100%. And I wrote about it in our newsletter about my experience with bots before, probably 10 years ago.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
Yeah, did you? Okay, so, and it was amazing on demo, but once we actually let it run on live, it didn't work. And I needed this guy to program it and actually write the code, because I'm not a coder as well. But these days, I'm just dying to dive in and give it a shot, because I would love to automate my trades as well. So definitely after this webinar, I'm going to dive deep even harder and actually create that.
I'm pumped for it, and I keep joking that I'm gonna drag Mitch kicking and screaming into automated trading, because when you get there, everything becomes way better. It's one of those we hear all the time. If you talk to any trader about what their problems are, it's it's emotions. It's right. I FOMO into trades. I kill my winners too early. I don't stop out correctly. All of those things, and not saying that they're all 100% cured with bots, but it's way easier. There's a detachment. I talk about this all the time on the stream, that there's a detachment from I didn't make the trade. I didn't go in and hit the buttons and fill out the orders and do all that. So it becomes a lot easier to just say, this is a trade that the robot put on, and I'm more detached to it. It put a stop loss automatically. It sized itself. It did all these things, and it will manage the trade. And by just outsourcing that, it also outsources a lot of the emotional burden and a lot of the mental capital and things like that. So, it doesn't cure, but it definitely it goes a massive way to help.
100%. And before we kick this off, we also have a giveaway for you guys. So those of you who signed up for the event, basically, will be inserted for a giveaway. We will do that giveaway at the end of the show today, roughly at around 2 p.m., 2:15. After Michael will show you exactly from A to Z how to build a robot, and then from TrendSpider will do his magic as well and give you all the tricks and tips on how to use TrendSpider correctly. And for those of you going to join Trade a Pool for the first time, you will be able to get Signal Stack for 2 months for free, totally for free. So that's a huge gift to test your skills and build your bot and let it run. That's it. Michael, take it away.
Right.
I'm excited. I'm here in the back, and we'll be back later on.
Oh, those will be great. So yeah, I've got the our itinerary up, our syllabus, if you want to call it that. So we're gonna go into building a bot. I'm gonna do that for around half hour, 45 minutes or so, and then Dan's gonna come in, who's the CEO of TrendSpider. He's gonna know way more. He's probably gonna correct a lot of things that I did wrong when I did it with you guys, and then we're just gonna talk a little bit more about it. And then, like Michael just mentioned, giveaways, free stuff, right? Just for coming and learning about this. So. Without further ado, I'm going to just kind of pop right into this here and grab my screen share like that. So right off the bat, we're starting here with TrendSpider. So simply put, we've got 3 parts of this trade. And the idea is to send from one part of the chain to the other part of the chain. So the beginning of the chain right now is TrendSpider, and then the end of the chain is your Trade the Pool account. And I actually have my live account running right up here. Only one trade today. You can't plan these things. And I was actually talking about on stream for those who are joining us from there that I'm really happy that it's only done this one trade today, because if you go and you look at the markets, if you look at the SPY here, you can see, right, this is from the shaded area to here. This is the open. So we have done nothing. We have done not one single thing from the open here at all. I'll hide this for now. So the bot is kind of automatically just dealing with whether or not it wants to be really active or really dead based off what's happening. And again, one of the huge emotional benefits of this is that I didn't place this trade. I didn't do anything here. I've actually passed a Trade the Pool eval account without pushing a button, just letting the robots take trades. And now I'm trading a live account doing that as well. So I see questions in the chat. I'll definitely get to them as we go. So this is one of those things, again, I'm really excited for. But yes, so there's not too much trading, but we're going to try to trade that or change that. We're going to put on some trades, and these are going to go to my account. We're going to talk about ways that we can potentially go through and push with these things and see if there's any more strategies we can do. I've been talking offline with Dan a bit, and he's got some strategies that he's going to share. I've got some that I'm going to share as well, and you guys can follow along with this video, and there's some cool ways to share within TrendSpider as well, and we'll talk about that. So first things first, right? We have to get our account set up. We have to get our bot so that it can know which account within Trade the Pool to send the orders to, right? Some people will have multiple accounts. You'll be switching from one of these accounts to another, hopefully when you go from an eval to a live account, if you end up passing the account. So that's really important. So step one, I'm just going to go right into Signal Stack here. And we're going to go, when you go to signalstack.com, which is going to be kind of part of this, you go and you get this kind of nice dashboard here. And then with that, you can read all your webhooks and all this kind of stuff. But the most important thing you want to grab is you want to go to brokers and webhooks, and you want to connect a broker. And then if you either scroll down or use the search bar, you'll just find Trade the Pool right here. Then you just have a username and password. So I've actually brought up this account, which is just an old account that we did for a competition, just to show you guys that when you are in your Trade the Pool hub, you'll have something that looks like this for whatever account it is that you're signed up with for whatever you're doing. And then you just have your credentials right here. You've already probably gotten to this point before if you have signed up for pretty much anything, because you had to be able to log in. So the same credentials you use to log in to your Trader Evolution account, the same one you use to log in to your web account, your iPhone, all that kind of stuff, that's what you're looking for. So you would just grab the username and you would grab the password, and you pop it in here and hit connect. And as soon as you're connected, you get a webhook. So it's very important to take this and just save it somewhere. So I just have a notepad kind of off screen that I'll put that one in there, because that says, okay, I want to send this order to this particular account. So you'll end up sending that order to that account. So again, this is important. This is something that you should make sure you have and you have saved somewhere, because as you're building a bot, you're going to go do that. And then from there, you're good. So that's pretty much all you need to do from the Trade the Pool side of things, which is amazing. Again, we talked about how simple this is. It's not, I'm not, you don't see me with a terminal hacking a bunch of stuff and all that, because it's not what we have to do. We simply have to go through and say, hey, this is the broker. So again, if you go connect new broker, you can access all these with Signal Stack, but we're here with Trade the Pool, so we're focusing here. You can take a look at all these. Sometimes some people may have personal brokers on top of their own thing. Maybe you can connect both of those together. I, for one, right, I use Interactive Brokers as my personal broker, and then Trade the Pool for my more active trading. And then once you have that and you have that saved somewhere, that's you're done. You're done with the Signal Stack website, and you're really done with kind of the Trade the Pool page for now. Obviously, you're going to want to have access to Trader Evolution, which I'm just showing you guys here. Again, this is the one trade from today. You're going to want to have access to this because obviously before you start really swinging for the fences and going huge, you're going to want to make sure that you're testing all of these things. You're going, you don't want to just put 1,000 share trade through. You want to probably do a 100 share trade or a 200 share trade before you really kind of swing for the fences. So now that we've gotten that, what I've promised to build for you guys, because of really some of the people that are in the chat room, right? Shout out Rando and all of that. Use opening range breakouts, and that is probably the most common trading strategy, especially for day traders out there. That is important, is that opening range breakout. You're just simply looking to take a trade. So what is an opening range breakout before we get into building it? Well, it is as it sounds, right? You take whatever range is off the open, right? Today is we have this range right here. I'll make this something that's easier to see on my dark charts like that, right? This would kind of be our opening range today. And then your idea is that you're going to take that opening range breakout. The reason that this is, I think, works so well and is something that is very common and something that's used quite a bit is because of the simplicity and because for the SPY to get up to yesterday's high, which is right here, it would have to go through and break out of this opening range at some point. Plus, with things like backtesting and tweaking and building things, we can test whether or not our idea here makes sense and it's something that makes us money over time. And if it does, then we can go in and start to trade that thing. So right off the bat, what we're going to do is we're going to click down here on the strategy tester because we always want to test before we build. And I have one already built, but for now we'll go through and we'll build. So I'm just going to call this ORB stream, right? So opening ORB standing for opening range break. And the idea is that we want, maybe the first 15 or 30 minute opening range to be tested, and we want to take a break of that. So you're presented here with a box. This is going to be your box for entry on this side, and this is going to be your box for exits on this side. And you're just going to go through and fill in both of these with what it is you want. We're going to talk about a bunch of different strategies. We're going to talk about a bunch of different ways that you can potentially do it. But again, first we want to just do a simple opening range break. So we're going to just start adding some conditions here. So I want the price, and we'll just put close. And we want it to be, I put less than, greater than an indicator. So when you get to this point where you're saying, hey, I want my price to be greater than an indicator value, you see lots and lots of indicators. So and 125 more, it says right here that you have to use search. So tons of different indicators. So it's important that before you get to this area, you are mapped out and you say, this is what I want to trade, right? This is the idea that I have. For me, I actually sometimes draw this on like a physical chart that I take and I print off and I write it down what I want to grab. And with this indicator, right, where I'm going to use today's opening high. Right, so let's just review what this says, right? I want a 30-minute close to be greater than the first candle opening range high, right? It sounds pretty straightforward because it is, right? I want this close to be greater than the first candle's range. And then I'm just going to add some criterias for prior candles. So we'll just do price and close is less than, again, the same thing, right? So I'm saying, and I'll put a 1 here and a 1 here. So this line here just says I want the last candle to be below the prior day's high. That's it, right? So this candle high is above the opening range. The last candle's close was below the opening range or within the opening range. And we'll just do that for one more back. Price close is less than the indicator, the opening range high. And again, tons of indicators. You can build your own indicators. They use Java, but they actually have a little AI, which I'm sure Dan will talk about, that will help you with that. But we're just going really, really simple here. And that's it. That's the whole kind of bot. entry. So this candle high is above the opening range where the last two candles weren't. And then we're going to add an exit condition. So there's a lot of these things. You can build a whole new script, and you can say, hey, I want it to exit when it breaks an 8 EMA, or use a VWAP or a trailing stop ATR, whatever you want to do. The world is your oyster here. For me, I want to keep this simple, and I just want to put a stop loss and a profit target. So when I click add exit condition, I'm just going to click on stop loss, and I'm going to make it based off of ATR, and I'm just going to say let's use 2 ATR. So ATR is just what's the average size of that candle. I'm just using 2 times that and saying that's my stop loss. And then I'm going to add an exit condition where I take a profit target, and I'll just make that 3. So we're risking 2 ATRs to make 3 ATRs. So we're basically saying 1.5 times our risk. That's it. It wasn't very complicated, right? Obviously some work, some learning curve, but I'm not coding something from scratch. I just clicked my mouse and played around with an interface. So we have the structure already set up for the bot. We have a structure set up for what it is that we're looking to potentially do. So we just click run right here. Let's do 15 minutes. I think I had written down. Oh, and then yes. So we ran it, and you can see, last 300 candles. No, let's do last 10,000 candles. Do a lot of candles. So this is going through. This is the last 10,000 candles of what would happen if we ran this ORB strategy, right? And you can see pretty okay, right? It's not amazing. It actually, the performance of this over the last 10,000 candles, 15-minute candles, is 8.5%. The asset performance was 7.3%, so we beat buy and hold. And even though we didn't win very much, we only won a little bit of the time, and we lost a little bit more. I think, hold on, I think I messed something up here. Yes, I did. Hold on. There, I knew those were a little different. There we go. That's a little better. So now we do even better. So we're only right 40% of the time in this strategy. However, by being right 40% of the time, we still make way more. Right? We make about 1% when we're wrong, and we lose about 0.5%. Or sorry, make 1% when we're right, lose 0.5% when we're wrong. I'll take that all day long, right? And this is one of the beauties of bot trading, in which we are okay with the lower win rates. We're okay with things like that because we're not physically taking the trades. We're just letting the system go through. We're letting the system take our trades for us. But I don't know. Let's see if we can make it a little bit better. So I have one more condition that I played with, and we can continue to add conditions where we can try to make the equity curve a little bit better. But we don't want to curve fit, which is, again, a topic for a whole nother time. So basically, try to tweak things a little bit in order for them to make sense. Everything you add, you want it to make sense, but don't go so crazy that you're making something that's right 90% of the time and makes, $10,000 when it's right and it loses $5 when it's wrong, right? Make sure you're looking at things in a level of realism. But so the one condition I added in my testing, I'm looking as this little bit of a bake off. I just said, I want today's close to be greater than, and we'll just say yesterday's close. So that was just previous. So the previous session's high. So right now, it's saying this price is above the previous session's high, right? So now if we rerun this, now we look a little bit better. We're taking less trades. We're right about 42% of the time. The equity curve smooths out a little bit. It just looks a little bit better to me overall. And then we can just start to explore based off of the chart. I'm going to actually close this down a little bit. And you can see if this is something that ends up making sense. And let's actually go through. We'll run it without pre-market on. There we go. And you can look at the entries and exits, right? So there's an entry, there's a little take profit there. An entry here, a stop loss here. It's good to go through and manually verify these. Make sure that the bot is doing what you expect it to do what you hope it to do, which is in this case exactly right. We want a break of this opening range, which happened right here on this candle, and then it took profit a little bit later. And then as we go through here, you can see another breakout here, and this one actually exited at the end of the day, which was great. So some of these things end up doing very, very well. Right? Not all of them. We have the stats right here. You're going to be wrong more often than you're right, roughly, but that's okay because you end up making money in the long run, which is more than a lot of, I would say most, discretionary traders can say. Now let's go to the one that I built just so that we can kind of go from there. So this is the one that I built earlier, and we'll run this one. So you can see it right there. Right, so this is the strategy, and this is again not perfect, just something that I built really quickly to show you guys, and you can tweak with it from there. So from there, now we have something that we like, right? I would run this strategy. It's a fairly simple strategy. You can see a lot of flat areas in the chart right here, and this to me means with these flat areas in the chart that there's going to be a lot of times that there's not a lot of trading. The pullbacks and the drawdowns aren't that bad, right? The max drawdown in the back tested period is 4%. I'm okay with that. It made roughly 11% over it. And for me, even more than these numbers, I know a lot of people focus on these numbers. I focus a lot on this chart. And the reason I focus a lot on this chart is for me, it shows me what it would feel like to drive or to trade this system. Again, this wouldn't be the only system I trade. That's a whole nother webinar that I'm sure I'll do here at Trade the Pool at some point about the importance of running multiple systems. Because again, you can see a lot of times here where from December 23rd or December 13th all the way to January 13th, so a month here, there was no trades. There was nothing that met the criteria for trading. So in that time, I've got all that capital just sitting there not doing anything. So in this scenario, I would try to build other strategies that fill in these holes that have little bits of expected edges. And the more strategies we stack on top, the better. That's why, again, we'll talk about different strategies. It's not a one or the other. It's a everything thing. And that's super important when it comes to discretionary or systematic trading versus discretionary trading, because it would be very hard to trade 10, 15, 20 systems as a discretionary trader. That would be really hard because you have to, keep notes of all of them. You have to see all of them as they happen. You'd have to take trades on all of them. I would say, darn near impossible. Systematic trading is easy because I can have all these bots loaded up and it will just keep taking trades until the buying powers run out. And if they are systematic, if they all have edge to them, some are long, some are short, some are looking at, right now we're looking at the S&P 500, but we could take the same thing and say, what if we did this on the TQQQ, which is the triple leveraged? Does it work, right? It'll run the system. That actually works great. Wow. Let's use this one instead. I didn't plan this one, but holy smokes. So now our return has gone up to 46% with a 13% max drawdown, and the chart actually looks a little bit better. But again, still lots of times where there's nothing and then a trade every now and then. And again, this is only the long version. You could build a short version as well for when opening ranges break down. You can compare a lot of these things. You can get fancy where maybe you turn on some bot someday and off some the other day. But let's just stick with this and say, okay, if we have something here that we like, what do we do next? Well, thankfully, there's just a deploy a bot button. So we'll just open that up and start to read through it. This is one thing I love about where we are now, because as we mentioned earlier with me and Michael, there is no there's no programming to this, right? I'm not a programmer, and Michael was saying he's not a programmer. So it's great that we don't need to worry about programming. We can go in and do these things. Now, maybe there are different options for those who like and do programming, and feel free to explore those, right? Signal stack being the bridge between the two sides of things, between Trade the Pool, where again, you can get funded for really, really, really inexpensively if you're able to prove your worth. And then, wherever source shoots out a webhook at the end of the day can end up doing this. And speaking of that, so as we're going and we're creating a bot, You can do a couple things. You can just do SMS or email, and that's fine. You can just fire notification where you're firing notifications through. That's fine as well, because there's some people who may want to they want to build the bot to alert them, but maybe they want to be the person to kind of hit the button themselves. I would argue with that person that you should probably get the robot to hit the button, but you can do that where you just say, hey, I just want you to like send me a text and send a notification, right? That's fine. But for us, we want to send the bot, so we're gonna hit webhook. I don't need it to send me a text because I'm here all the time, so it's fine. And then you basically get a little bit of an option right here where you get entry and exit webhooks URL. So that's where we talked about it was very important that we went and we saved our webhook URL. So we'll put this in as well, right? Now, everything, you can see it filled out a lot of the webhook for us automatically, so we didn't need to do anything. You can get fancier with it. If you want to read some of the documentation that's here, you certainly can. But what you want to look at this example request, and this is saying symbol apple quantity 1 buy. And again, you can get crazier with it. If you look at the docs, you can see right here, this is looking for apple and to buy 1 share. There's a bunch of examples here when it comes to different things, right? There's the TrendSpider alert bot and the alerts, everything that's happening through here, different ways to say. In this case, it's saying bot symbol, which is perfect, which is what we want to say over here, right? This is saying bot symbol, which just means whatever symbol I'm looking at the time, when I hit a button, it's going to buy it. And right now it's going to do 1 share, which I think you should leave it at while you test. And a lot of people I know would be really antsy at this point and say, oh, I'm not going to trade 1 share of the TQQ. I usually trade 200 or 300 shares of the TQQ. It's like, okay, let's relax, right? Let's send a 1 share order and see what's happening. The close right here, action close, that's going to be whenever one of these other criteria is met, it's going to close the position. And away we go. That's it. You're done. Go to the beach, grab a beer. All of those things is happening. It's all happening in the back end now. That's the other cool thing is that you don't even have to have Trader Evolution open, and you don't even really have to have TrendSpider open. It's all web-based. It's all server-based. So everything's just kind of running there in the back end. And then the last thing that I like to look at is it says valid JSON right here on the bottom. Of course it is because they filled it in, but it just says that, hey, this is one of those things that is taken care of. Now there's all of these behaviors at the bottom that you want to take a look at. And for me, I usually leave these as default, but this is how it's going to deal with exceptions, because in a perfect world, everything runs smoothly all the time and we don't have any problems, and there's nothing we need to worry about. In the real world, things break all the time. And this is one of the reasons why just kind of joking there when I'm like, hey, go to the beach, because it's your bot, right? You want to monitor this thing. So we'll go through that. But yeah, just to deal with these, right? So you can rewind a little bit on the channel. I'll talk about it again, I'm sure later when we get a more bot set up. But yes, the idea is that this is launching right now. We can connect whatever you can imagine. I'm building the simplest thing that I could just to make sure I'm not kind of like boring everybody and inundating people with things. But any setup that you can possibly imagine, you can connect to Trade the Pool. Apologies for dogs. Oh, yeah, I love this, right? This is interesting. It's like a bot for dummy style. And that's right. And certainly, not to be said, and I know you didn't mean it this way in any sort of disparaging way. This is how you should get started if you end up doing systematic trading, right? I know a lot of people, when I talk about systematic trading, they think immediately, they think of systematic trading as, okay, I'm going to sit there, I'm going to be a coder with like the matrix green letter coming down. the side of things and all of those things is going, hey, I need to program this, and I have a bot running here, and I have things running over here, and I've got stuff running over here. But it's not that. We're almost done. We're almost done building our first bot almost immediately. And we haven't put in a single line of code, and we're not going to put in a single line of code, right? So if we come back here, you can see this is the last bit we have to fill out. So retry failed webhooks, right? So retrying failed webhooks is the just, hey, it sent out an order and it failed. Do you want to try to send out the order again? For me, no. I could see a point in which you'd want to do that, but for me, no. When failed to enter, right, and no, and when failed to exit and all. So I leave all these kind of really at no. But I don't want to stop the bot, right? So as soon as I hit create bot, we got created a bot. And then we can use the trading bot widget on the sidebar. So let me actually just modify this, and we'll do that now. Where's my bots? Right here. So I'm going to actually do that in a new column. So now I have these bots. Because again, the idea is you don't want to trade one bot, right? Let's just sit back and kind of muse about the advantages of systematic trading. We talked about the emotional side of things. I think that's huge. The other side of things is the ability to kind of trade while doing other things, where I know a lot of people live, where they have some sort of job, right? That, maybe you're working and you're sneaking a little trade here or there. Don't worry, I've done it. We won't rat you out. Those are huge benefits. The benefit that I think is underutilized enough, and more important than all of them, is I want a system and multiple systems. I want to be able to trade as many systems as I possibly can across as many instruments as I possibly can. And because when system A is doing poorly, maybe system B is doing well, and then maybe system C is really killing it, and that's making up all the money there. Maybe it's to the point where you're one of those people, and I know a lot of them out there, not to call anyone out directly, but it's the whole, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? Some people just come in every day and say, well, I'm going to just short things, and they have them or buy them, and they have them in the brain that is the trading style that they do. Well, it would get very hard to take that trading style and then implement another trading style on top of it, because when you're looking at things subjectively, you can give the same chart to a whole bunch of CMTs, and they could all see different things available. They could all see different aspects of the chart. Some guy sees a bull flag, another guy sees a head and shoulders, another guy sees a cup and handle or a reversal or whatever it is. It gets very hard to trade a whole bunch, right? And what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we can trade 50 things as once, right? And then end up building strategy after strategy, right? So I've got a couple of other strategies here we're going to take a look at, and then Dan's going to come on later, and he's going to have some strategies to take a look at as well. But is there a trial available? So yes, if you sign up with Trade the Pool, I think Michael said 2 months free of Signal Stack, right? While you're testing out your bots, right? And you're trading them in a trial account. And I love this because if you take them and you put them in an eval account and you're trading them, you're testing your bot and whether you have it set up correctly in an environment that's very low risk. I mean, if it loses $1 billion, well, it's an eval account, right? You're stopped at your eval account, away you go. Right? And then the beauty of it is because as someone who's just done this, I've just transitioned from trading with Signal Stack in an eval account and past that account, and now is trading in a live account. It was just updating the webhook that we saw there. That's all it was. I went to the same process that I always did, and I just plugged in another webhook. And there's no updates. There's nothing. A lot of people talk about the jitters from going from one thing to the other thing. Well, it wasn't any problem for me because there was no jitters. I just took the same thing that I was doing on the eval, and I just changed the webhook. Away we go. And so this question, do you think it's important not to overly rely on the bot? No, well, you're talking to the wrong guy there. I think everybody should overly rely on the bot. I think if you took 90% of traders and you took whatever setup that they trade and you systematize it, and even if that system was an imperfect facsimile, but very, very close, you like to do bull flags on stocks in play that day, and that person transitioned that to a systematic approach of maybe an opening range breakout of stocks in play and trade it that way, I think relying on the bot would make everybody a better trader, right? So, is there a limit to the number of strategies that can be created? I will ask Dan when Dan comes on. I don't think within reason. I think it's one of those you can't put 1,000 in them. I think you could easily put 10, 15 in them and go from there. And I think that's absolutely fine. It's one of those things where, again, within reason, you're always going to break something if you go a little bit crazier. And yes, you can create a list of stocks and then point the bot to it. We're doing this on the TQQQ. A lot of this is because we have some people in our chat that we stream from open, a little bit before open until 11 Eastern every day. And a couple people in our stream really like to play opening range breakouts on the major indices, which is why I started there. But you could create any strategy and then apply it to any kind of ticker. So if you just created a very simple scan of stocks like gapping, simple gap up scanner by TrendSpider. I don't know what this one is, but it's pre-built. So here's, a bunch of stocks that were gapping up today. So you could go through these and let's test them. Let's run a strategy and let's actually go to our opening range breakout and this one. And then let's run the test and see, this is First Solar. So our day in force, let's do First Solar just because this was interesting to me. So First Solar, generally speaking, not the best to do opening range breakouts on, but there is a moment where you could say today is the day, right? I want to run it on First Solar today because solar stocks are really in play today. Solar stocks are really moving today. So I don't even really care about the back test because I'm thinking that if we do an opening range breakout on First Solar today, that because it's in play, that I think it's going to work, and you can just apply a bot to it. And then at the end of the day, you could just come through and just delete the bot at the end of the day and just create this different list. This is how I trade personally. I have systems in which I have backtested in my own backtester going back 25 years. I'm currently running 6 day trading systems. Every morning, they produce a series of symbols. I take those symbols, I build a bot around them, they trade them throughout the day. At the end of the day, I delete them. There's a new group of symbols the next day. So yes, very much, you don't need to do just the TQQQ or the SPY or the SPXL or any of those things. But you can, right, for people who like to trade those, right? Here's the XPXL result trading this opening range breakout. So so once you're done here, you can go about your day. And someone was asking, where does Trader Evolution take part of this? Well, that's where you will manage your trades. So here's my Trader Evolution. Again, it's only taken one trade today. It's been a pretty slow day, but it makes sense because the market has done absolutely nothing today, which is great. I certainly don't mind it because it means I'm not guessing. So I've gotten this one trade. It's got a stop loss that it put out automatically, right? You can see it's risking $118 on this trade. I'm currently up $7, boys. The dollar menu from McDonald's is on me. And this will close at the end of the day because that's just the system that I have. And any system that you could potentially ever need, any system that you could potentially ever want, and we could go from there. Oh, I see your message there, Dan. Yeah, you can hop on. If you want to turn on your camera, I'll pull you on whenever you want. I see you. Let's pop in there. I can hear you. How's it going?
It's going, man. I wasn't sure what the schedule here was, so I popped in and I'm just
Oh
like,
well, look,
when
look,
am I
look,
supposed to join? So,
look,
good to
look
be
how
here.
look how fancy we are. Wait, hold on. We got a whole pretty. It's right there. So there's the schedule. So we're gonna hang out for a bit, and then it says that I leave, but I think I'm having too much fun, so I might just hang out with you until Michael kicks us off. How about that?
Sounds good. Oh.
I like that better. So what I mess up? Were you listening? Did I mess anything up in my little intro there? I'm sure I did.
No, you're getting things right. There's a lot of cool stuff I want to highlight above and beyond that, but I think you're doing a great job.
Awesome. Well, listen, I'll keep sharing my screen, but you can share your screen whenever, and then I can pull you on. But I did have a couple other systems I wanted to show people. One of which I'm actually really excited about. I was up late last night. The wife was watching something on Netflix that I didn't care about. People are breaking up with each other or fighting or whatever, and this is again. You guys can see how passionate I am about this. I love systematic trading and robotic trading because my work is done when the market is open, which sounds really weird because most people are trading when the market is going. For me, I'm doing all of my work. I've got two kids. I've got a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So I'm spending a lot of my time during days, running around, doing cool dad stuff, having a fun time. And then when the kids go to bed, I'm setting up these systems to trade the next day. It gives me freedom that I really like in my day to do things. So this particular strategy is one that we're doing. And again, I'm going to share these. I don't know where we're going to share them exactly. But listen, if you email in Trade the Pool, I'm sorry, support. We're doing this on the fly. I'll get these links and I'll get them over to support, and we can get them as well because I know these are shareable links that we can give to people. This one is the dual RSI strategy, and this is something that Larry Williams popularized in like the 70s. So it's funny how some of these strategies continue to work today. So the dual RSI strategy, we all know RSI, right? It's overbought, oversold indicator. I'm using two, right? So I'm using a long period RSI, and I'm saying, hey, I want that to be over, let's say 40 or 50. So I want the long-term RSI to be good or healthy, strong. But then the short period RSI, I want that under 20. So we're getting in a long-term uptrend and we're getting short-term oversold. And I want to take that trade, and I've got my stop loss and my profit target set up. I did this on the SPY. No, I think these are supposed to be these, maybe. And we'll run that. Yeah, not the greatest strategy in the world, but something I think will work on stocks that are very, very strong. And this is something that I want to watch on names like, here's the SPY. Again, you can see there's the equity curve. Again, not the most amazing thing in the world, but you can see it doesn't trade very often, which is fine, and is going to trade opposite of the opening range breakout. And this is what, we're getting more advanced stuff, but this is where I think the power of systematic trading really shines. Because the opening range breakout, we're looking for a tight range to happen and the stock to break out higher. This one, we're looking for a stock in an overall uptrend, but is making sharp, pronounced pullbacks, and we're buying those. So you can see how those two things would be pretty equal and offsetting. You're not going to have both an opening range breakout and a pullback, right? But over time, drifts higher, pullbacks, like a lot of choppy action, but every now and then it will hit a low, and away it goes, right? It does well with a 13% growth and a 9% drawdown. So that's what we want to see. So that's one that I really, really like as a bit of a pullback one. So let's actually deploy that bot, and we're going to do webhook. I'm going to go over here and grab my webhook. I'm going to put that in as well, right? One share for now, and then create a bot. Now I have two. You see how quickly that works, right? So now I'm trading the Qs and I'm trading the SPY on a 30-minute chart. And then the last one that I highlighted that I wanted to look at is the MACD. And believe me, there's a reason for these three in a second, right? Right, so we run this one, and this was on the 30-minute chart right here. Yeah. Move this out of the way. So again, this is the idea as well, where this is just a simple MACD. And again, you can always add these indicators if you want to see them, which is probably something that you should do, where you want to take a look at the actual MACD. But the MACD is a moving average crossover, right? So you're getting a moving average crossover where one moving average is crossing over the other, and it's doing so only when you're in a bullish regime, right? So you're over the 200 EMA, and that's pointed higher. And then you exit when the MACD crosses back down. And you have, right, a couple down ticks, but overall it does okay as well. So why these particular three ideas? And again, we just go in, we create a bot, we do our webhook, and then we hit create bot. So why did I pick these three? Why did I pick an opening range breakout, this RSI strategy, which is a pullback strategy, and the MACD? Well, they fit three boxes, which for me, I think is, if you're going to explore building bots, these are the three boxes you should try to tick. One is an opening range breakout is a momentum strategy. You're looking for something to break and continue, hopefully relatively quickly, and then you exit at a profit target a little bit later. One is a pullback strategy. You're looking for something in an uptrend to pull back, and then you're looking to get a bounce out of that a little bit later. You could call that mean reversion as well, but you're looking for it to, push higher, to be in an uptrend for mean reversion. The third, a MACD, is a simple trend following system. Right? You're looking for an uptrend to continue and to stick with that uptrend for as long as you can before it reverses back down. And by having these three systems going, you're generally always going to be exploiting some type of edge over the long run in three different markets, in three different systems. Because you could see that pullback system probably works really, really well in choppier markets where you're getting sharp pullbacks and you're buying them. The opening range breakout is probably going to work really well in very momentum or news-driven market cycles. And then your trend following is going to do okay when the markets are just kind of drifting in your direction one way or another. So again, by keeping these systems separate and having them trade at separate times, even though we're all doing it pretty much on the same instrument, how we end up doing this ends up making a lot of sense in order to trade different systems. So is that how you bucket your systems, Dan, or do you have a different way to try to take a look at them?
What do you mean by bucket?
Well, I try to take a look at it and say, is this mean reversion? Is this momentum? Is this trend following? Because I don't want to have too many systems in the same bucket. I get kind of uncomfortable if I have, 5 systems that even if I run the back tests and they're all good, that they will be all good at the same time or all bad at the same time. So I try to, separate them out.
So I primarily only run one strategy, right? Automated. So I'm not bucketing it too much because there's only one of them. But if you're running multiple, I definitely think it is wise that you not have too many, because it's difficult enough to understand and manage the internals of a single strategy. And I think over trading is something that isn't just for discretionary traders, right? Like if you're systemic and you're running multiple systems at a time, that also can result in the same. What I do advocate for, and what I think is wise, and this is something used by some of like the pros of systemic trading, like the Renaissance techs of the world, is to have a catalog of strategies, right? Like a few that you have developed and believe in, but to have them indicated for different market conditions, right? So like, this is my strategy for a horizontal flat bear or market that's going sideways. This is my strategy for a bullish market, right? And then you can choose which one to run on which asset at what time, and that gives you a little more flexibility, right? And then some of the funds, and we don't have this in TrendSpider at the moment, but it's something that we do plan to add, is like this master strategy that chooses which strategy is running at the moment based on the overall market condition. Because like the strategy I run, the Danshan strategy, I'll show you guys this. It works pretty well, right? But you need the market to kind of be a slow bull market for it to work, right? It will underperform in parabolic moves, and that's something that a different strategy may perform better in. So if you're being selective about what to run at what time, you can do a little bit better there, if that makes any sense.
Listen, we are kindred spirits. So the first thing I love, and this is something that I get kind of reamed on sometimes by my co-host Mitch, is when I say exactly what you said about over trading is just for you discretionary nerds, and it's one of those things that a lot of people just say, like the whole thing that, oh, you can see the Great Wall of China from space. It's like something some guy said at one point and then just gets continued. And the same thing, if you're systematic, over trading is a good thing because it means that you have systems that have slight edges in them that you're exploiting as much as you possibly can, especially with trading fees as low as they are. Now, where over trading becomes problematic is when you are discretionary, because every time you make a decision, that decision kind of weighs on you mentally. There's all these studies about, if you keep making decisions too much throughout the day, it ends up like burning you out. And, yeah, so I love that part is that, yes, you should have your bot. Now we're not building like HFT systems and we're not competing against Citadel or anything like that, but we should be trading kind of as often as our bot says that there is a reason to take a trade on them. And then, yes, there's lots of places that a person can add discretion, because I think there's a hard time for a lot of people have letting go. and that's a big thing in systematic or bot trading is you kind of, I always equate it to the first time I got in a self-driving car where I was terrified, right? Just like this thing is just
Really?
going. Oh,
I was blown away. I was completely blown away by
terrified.
it. All the fear went out the window, and I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
I have one that's it just does like the lane keep and the follow distance, and I still get terrified at and that's like the most rudimentary style. But eventually, like you were saying, you end up getting comfortable with it. But there's still times where people want to kind of put themselves in as part of the decision maker, and I think that's fine. And I think one of the places to do it is the place that you talked about is that, hey, are we in a range bound day or are we in a trending day? And the live stream where we were live trading before we started the event, we looked at it and we said there's absolutely no economic numbers today. Nothing has happened really over the weekend. We have a whole bunch of economic numbers later in the week. It's probably gonna be a choppy day. So that could be a place where you, as a systematic trader, could decide what bots to turn on and off. Maybe today would have been a good day to turn on like a mean reverting system or a pullback system or something like that. And then to shut off the opening range break system probably wasn't the day. Now, tomorrow we've got like jolts, job numbers, and things like that. Maybe a better day for some sort of trend following type system.
Right on.
So we got some questions here we'll go through, and then we're going to grab, I think, some of your stuff. But yeah, some of these I already know the answer to, right? So this one says, has an interactive broker's account and a trade the pool account. So can he use Signal Stack on both? And yeah, right. You could you just build two bots with two webhooks and go right ahead. I think you're mentioned, maybe, I don't know if you can talk about it, that you're working on something to maybe split across different brokers or different systems. But yeah, like I talked about, you just grab your webhook for interactive brokers, put it in there. You grab your webhook for your trade the pool account, you put that in there too. Trade both. That's what I do a lot of, right? I've got my own account and then I've got these other accounts. The way I look at some of these prop firm accounts is like free leverage. Right? Might as well do the same thing I'm doing. Now, if I was a discretionary trader, that would add a lot of complexity to my life, where I'd be, typing in and taking a trade on one side and then running over and doing the thing on the other side. And that would be really, really hard. But for systematic trading, simply just copy and paste the webhook across different things, and Bob's your uncle, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You can also have multiple webhooks for one connected account. So because it'll then track them separately, so you can build a little organization in there. Because the notion of a webhook being tied to an account and a strategy, like being unique for each of those, I think is an important one, because it gives you a kill switch, right?
Yes.
Like if something's going haywire, delete the webhook. It's all disconnected instantly. Nothing can happen, right? And if you have one webhook for everything that you're doing, then you're gonna have to go through and reconfigure each of those. So I definitely recommend that. Like, create multiple webhooks, give them names, use them, one per strategy. It gives you a little layer of security. Like, if something's going crazy, you can kill it all without doing anything else.
Yeah, and right, so you create webhooks here, right? You have different one that says no name, but you could edit this one. So you could like call this one ORB, and then it's save. This is just on the Signal Stack account. So if you put your opening range breakout strategy, that you can track. One thing that I really like this for is not even just the kill switch, but as somebody who like religiously journals things, as opposed to at the end of the day, I could take 20, 30, 40 trades easily in a day. And at the journaling at the end of the day becomes much harder to say this one came from the opening range break, this one. So it's, it's probably,
you'll love the Q4 update to Signal Stack. It's gonna get some automated journaling capabilities, right? Not just for trades placed through it, right? But because Signal Stack connects to brokerage accounts, it has access to the trade history, the position list, cash balances, right? Like, it can see quite a bit, right? So we had this idea of like, why not pull that in and display it, right? And just automatically generate, journal reports. You can see and then add notes. One of the challenges is the brokers don't always give you the timestamps of trades, but that can be reconstructed by like trade ID numbers, because the sequencing is important. But I'm pretty pumped about that, because I think journaling is really important. I'm not as religious about it as you are. I know I should be.
You should be.
I know. It's so hard though.
Journaling, I always make the joke that it's like flossing, right? You go in, your dentist goes,
Not good at that either.
Yeah, your dentist goes, did you floss? You're like, I know, and you can save the rant. I know I should, but I don't. And for those, right, who are new to this, when me and Dan are talking about journaling with systematic trading, we're not talking about, this is how I feel today, and my wife was mean to me, and right, my kid kicked me in the shin, or whatever. We're talking about this was my entry, this was my exit, this is the strategy that this particular one came from, because there's a couple things you have to do. One, you have to reconcile that back to the system, and if your system says you should have entered the stock at $10, and by the time you got in it was at 11, you need to take a look at things like, well, is it, was it too spready? Was it too low volume? Was there lag? There's a lot of things you have to do, but also you're building up your own back test of trades, right? And you can go through, and I can actually show you what I use right now. And this isn't my personal account, but this is my Trade the Pool account. And does that work? Yeah. So right here is what I track with TraderView, and you see it records things like, what days you do well, what days you do poorly. But the thing that I'm looking at is these are all the different tags that I've given my different strategies, and which ones are making me money and which ones are losing me money at any given time. So yeah, the fact that you can go through Signal Stack, and right, I can call this webhook MACD cross and this one opening range break, all of these different names, I can go through and I can go and apply those to different strategies, so that when I'm building the bot, which I have right here, I could change this one, I could edit this one and just put in my opening range break webhook, or I could do all of these different things just to make sure that I am tracking these things appropriately, so I know which strategy is making me money, which strategy is losing me money, and then learn from that as well, because you're learning from your own data, and then you're putting your data back into your bot. So yes, if you are going to do something to make my life easier, that's great, because it probably takes me 10-15 minutes a night to do the journal, and saving that time I'd love it. I get that time back. And yes, so yes, if you buy an eval for Trade the Pool, Signal Stack, Dan here, nicely enough, is going to give 2 months free of Trade the Pool while you get started, and you can use it. So I passed this evaluation. I can go to it right here, but I passed this evaluation right here. There's going to be a lot of these blown up because, as I mentioned, I'm an awful systematic or discretionary trader, but I'm an okay systematic trader. So I passed this account right here without hitting a button. All of these are purely systematic, sent from TrendSpider to Signal Stack and then to Trade the Pool right through here. So yes, I used it during the eval, and I passed this eval again without hitting a single button. So you absolutely can do that, and yeah, I'm excited to do it. And then a lot of questions too on lists, Dan. So do you want to kind of tell us a little bit about adding lists to the bot and whether or not how you can add kind of multiple symbols at once?
Yeah, so bot runs on one symbol at a time,
Right.
but there are some cool things. You want me to share my screen and
Yeah.
jump? No,
Yeah, we've got your own.
How do I do that in here?
There should be a little, like right under the main window you see us, there's a little up button, up arrow there.
Got it. Okay, is this working?
Mm-hmm. So
Okay,
if I
still
click,
see your screen. Should we see both, or how does?
if I do that, boom, look at that. There we
Look
go.
at that. All right, awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Is this overlay, this question that's floating over it? Is there any way to get rid of it because it's covering up a lot of the screen?
I don't know what you see, but no one else sees it.
Okay. All right. See, somebody asked a question or something, so it just was overlaid.
Oh, I
Okay.
think you may have hit something on there to do it, but all I see is the two of us and your screen,
Awesome.
so we're good.
Okay. Well, Michael asked me to show one of my strategies, so I will show you this one. This is a very simple strategy. It's inspired by the book Turtle Traders, old book, old trading book.
Amazing.
It
If
is
you're not, stop and read about it. It's a great story. It's a great book, and I met Jerry Parker at an event, and he is running a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund and still trading he was one of the original turtle traders, and he's still trading the same strategy with a couple tweaks like 50 years later. It's crazy.
It's a great strategy. Very simple. I like that about it a lot. I think oftentimes us traders try to get too fancy, and that kind of screws us up, right? So all this does, it takes two Danshin channels on the 30-minute time frame. Typically, it should be on the 30-minute time frame. One of them is a 3-period fast Danshin channel. Danshin channels are like range bars that kind of adjust on a rolling basis.
Yeah.
Right. And then it takes a 13-period. There's 13 30-minute candles in a trading session, right, for a U.S. equity, a 6.5-hour trading session. So, and then the idea is you go long when the bottom of the fast one is above the bottom of the slow one, and the top of the fast one is equal to the top of the slow one. It's a very, and then you set for your exit, right? So like you would go long somewhere where the top two lines connect and the bottom ones are now disconnected, and you'd exit when the bottom two lines are connected and the top one is now disconnected. It's very, very, very simple. The strategy I've tested extensively on leverage ETFs, right? So I built this on TQQQ and SPXL. I know you're just talking about those two. I love those ETFs. They are fantastic for trading. Most of my investing is more longer term, but if I'm trading something leveraged because it's going to move faster and it's going to give me an outsized return and also an outside loss if I'm wrong. Right. But
less buying power requirements too, right? That's what I always talk about is that, if you have a $20,000 account and you're planning on putting all 20,000 into a trade, well, if you're using a leverage ETF, even if it's just a 2x leverage ETF, well, now you put $10,000 the account in, and your risk is the same, but now you have 10,000 more buying power that you apply to another strategy or another idea that you have, right?
Absolutely. So, what I want to highlight here, a few things. I'm going to go through a couple of really cool things here. First, one of the best things about the strategy tester is how it quickly allows you to iterate, right? So you can tweak something, see what happens without risking anything. So like I can delete this stop loss here, right? And rerun it again. We were returning 193.1 versus 232, right? I'm going to run the strategy again without the stop loss, and we can see how that affects its performance. And it actually did not hurt it too bad. It actually made it a little better. But the beauty of this is it's meant to help guide you as you do that. And there's a few different ways that that works. The first one, I didn't see you highlight this one, but I want to do this, is
Sure.
this top left chart, right? It's labeled Price Behavior Explorer. This is proprietary to TrendSpider. You won't find this in any other platform, not even Bloomberg, things like that. It's something that our CTO dreamt up, I think, in the shower one day, right? And
That's where the best ideas are from, anyway.
yeah, and he was up to like 5 a.m. building it that day. But what's really neat about this is it lets you see what your entire strategy all mushed together looks like, right? So there were 273 positions in the strategy over 5.7 years, right? That's 10,000 candles, right? And they returned a mean of 0.51%, right? And the green clouds here, let me clean this up a little bit, actually. So let me clean this up. This one and this one, right? Okay, so the green clouds here, right? These are all of the trades that ended in a gain, right? So a profitable trade. And the red cloud is all of the trades that ended in a loss, right? So this gives you the ability to see where they intersect, right? And going for all of them is a little tough, right? Because like there are outliers and weird things that happen. So we have this option to do 96 percentile instead, right? But it's the same exact thing, right? This is just a 96 percentile of trades, right? Instead of 100%, right? But you can look at this and say, okay, right? If I cut losses, right? If I want to cut my losses and capture gains, where should I put a stop loss, right? And you can look at where these intersect to guide you, right? Or how high they go. For example, right here, you can see that losing trades tend to dip more than winning trades, right? Winning trades dip about 3.7%. Losing trades will dip down to almost 8%, right? Some of those trades get closed down there, right? Some of them will stay open and close a little higher. But what you can do is say, okay, you know what? I'm going to take 3.5% and I'm going to make a stop loss at 3.5%, right? Because that's where the overlap stops, right? And the trades that lose go deeper. So you can add a stop loss, right? You can make it 3.5%. You can decide if that's from the entry price, which is what I'm going to do here, but you can also do it from the previous candle. And you can trigger whether it will wait for the candle to close or immediately try to get out right away, right? I'm just going to leave it on the defaults here. And then you can run it and see, did that improve or hurt my overall strategy, right? And you can see that actually enhanced it quite a bit. We went from like 195% returns to 215. Wow, and all we did here, right, was look at the Price Behavior Explorer. And now you can see that why that was the case. It's cutting your losers a little earlier. And you can say, okay, cool. I wonder if I raise the stop to 2%, how's that going to affect it, right? Let's just do 2.5. So the idea here is you can quickly experiment and iterate, add conditions, remove conditions, tweak the numbers, right? That actually improved it quite a bit. And now we're beating the benchmark, right? We're beating buy and hold just by adjusting the stop loss based on this chart. But we can take it further. We can say, you know what? Some of these trades, they crush it, but they come back and we probably don't capture that. So let's
that was actually is funny. That was I was going to ask you that. I was going to say, man, it looks like you should be you should have a profit target out on that one.
Yep. So we can say, let's add a take profit and capture outsized moves, right? So let's say 30% up, we're going to take it even immediately. We just add a take profit here, and then we can go and run it and see what happens there, right? And that actually degraded the performance a little bit, right? But the idea here is, you can then go and tweak it a little bit. Maybe this should be more like 34%. Right, but the idea is you have the ability to experiment here and tweak stuff, right? And I guess profit targets are not the best for this strategy. Maybe you don't want one here, right? Maybe you want to follow the Danshin, but it gives you the ability to see what would have happened, right?
Well, and again, this is so all the time we talk about how trading, you shouldn't be spending most of your time trading, right? If you want to trade for a living, and I always do the equation of analogies, right? Then you'll realize I think it's because I'm a simple man. I like my analogies, but the idea is that if you're a fighter or an athlete, you're not spending the majority of your time playing that game or even heavily sparring. What you're doing is you're spending a lot of your time watching tape and doing these other things. And what Dan's showing right here, and what I spend most of my time doing when I'm not trading, is building these tweaks, right? Going through and saying, what if this and what if that, and right, going for walks, and you go for the walk with the dogs, or you take a shower, right, and then you get this brilliant idea. Well, instead of having to wait until the next open and then place a trade, and then random whether or not that trade works out, and doing this over and over and over again and taking 3 months to figure out whether your strategy makes any sense, you can go through and you can backtest stuff. And then the moment you have a backtest that's worthwhile, you just click that deploy a bot, and it's live. And then you do what we talked about with the journaling and all of that after the fact. But the ability to tweak.
I'm going to give you a couple intermediate steps, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, the ability to tweak and the ability to push and do those things kind of in real time. It's really addicting. Like I find myself way too often just tweaking strategies when maybe I should be doing other stuff, or but B, it's a good addicting, because when you're done, you end up, it's not like you sat there and took a bunch of trades for no reason, because you were bored. If you're bored, work on your strategy so that you can deploy it, and then in the future, build new systems. Because again, I say I probably spend over half my time in backtest world, in strategy development world, and the amount of time I actually spend clicking the button as a trade now is near zero, because I've outsourced that part. I'm the idea creator now, not the button presser anymore.
And that's not too dissimilar how banks and wirehouses and hedge funds work, right? There is a delineation between analysis and idea generation and then execution, right? So that is absolutely the right way to go. I want to highlight this chart. You pulled this chart up as well, but this chart does not get as much attention as I think it should, because it can also be really useful. Right. So when you first load this up, it'll have blue on it, right? Blue is the cumulative results of your buy and selling performance, right? So this is what happens when you trade your strategy. White, though, is the underlying asset's price movement. It's buy and hold, essentially. And if you just enable positions over this, it's going to highlight when you were in a trade that made money and when you were in a trade that lost money and when you were on the sidelines, right? Green is lost money or made money, red is lost money, gray is sitting on the bench, right? So like I love this because there's so many great clues in here. Like in this strategy, is Danshan strategy, right? It is a buy high, sell high, or kind of ride momentum type of strategy, right? Follow the trend strategy. But you can clearly see that this thing gets chopped up at highs all the time. Right, like it got chopped up here, it got chopped up here, it got chopped up here, right? It gets chopped up at the highs all the time. It's always buying the peak, right? So like if you look at this and notice something like that, you might want to go back here and say, you know what, I'm going to add a condition, right? I'm going to add a simple condition where the indicator RSI, right?
That's where I was going to go to, yeah.
Less than a constant value of like 80, right? Let's just not buy when RSI is over 80, right? Run it again and see what happens, right? We were at 219 here. Does that help us? Yep. Boom, 260, right? And if you look at this now, you're going to see a lot less of that on top. So you're still going to see it. Maybe you want to tweak it so it's a little lower, but you're, once again, overcoming the benchmark of buy and hold. And you still have a stop loss on it now, right? If you recall previously, the stop loss was actually hurting you, right? So like by using these two charts together, you can get a really good sense for how to optimize it. But there's one other thing, and this is brand new. I don't know if you've seen this, Michael, right? But there's this new button here called Explain. Have you seen this?
I did. I already pressed it, but I won't spoil it.
All right. So we just launched this in the platform for all users last week. This is brand new. It hasn't even been announced yet. It was just put on the TrendSpider website this morning. The official press release and video goes out tomorrow. So you guys are seeing this before the world is really going to even realize this exists. But in TrendSpider, we've integrated a new chatbot, right? And this is an AI that is unique because it can actually see everything that is on your screen. And it can actually access all of TrendSpider's market data. So if you're not sure how to optimize a strategy, click Explain, right? And it's going to Sidekick, the AI bot is going to actually download your backtest. It's going to look at your chart. And it's going to interpret it for you. It's going to get all of the tabular data, all of these numbers here that are designed for hedge funds, right? It's going to read them all. It's going to look at your chart. It's going to look at the tables in the backtester, and it's going to actually help you understand it. And by the way, with this, if you hit tilde, you can hide and minimize it, but it'll give you a nice analysis of it. And you can ask it stuff. I'm in my favorite personality. I'm in Karen, who's going to yell at me. But you can say, suggest a few improvements, right? And it's going to look at it and try to suggest a few improvements. So it's a very powerful thing if you're not a developer, and if you're newer to trading, or you don't know all the indicators, maybe you just don't know that, hey, like, I'm buying tops, I should use momentum to filter those out, right? Sidekick can help you come up with that, right? And it's gonna analyze everything. It'll generate nice charts for you and kind of help you along, right? And it's not just this. You can also say, like, look at my chart and tell me what you think it will do, or whatever, or just what you think, right? And it can actually look at your chart, right? And that's something that no other chatbot in the world can do, because it can see your drawings. It can see your backtest entry and exit markers and your indicators and your volume profile, right? Like, it has the ability to literally sit in your chair, sit over your shoulder, and look at everything you're doing. So I think Sidekick's really, really cool, and it's something that people should definitely experiment with, because it can be like an assistant for you, an analyst. It's just like on demand, doing what you want, right? Helping you think through things. I use the living crap out of this. I mean, you can see my log here, right? Like, I've had a million chats with this thing. It's my new best friend, right? And I think everybody should see this. And the best thing is, it's expensive to run. Like, every message you send Sidekick costs TrendSpider like 50 cents. But we give people 10 of them for free. You can buy extras if you want them, right? But it's always there to be your sidekick, so to speak. That's actually why we named it that. Spent so much time with that name.
And yeah, I love that, because I'm not a programmer, right? It's me and Michael, the CEO of TrendSpider, or sorry, Trade the Pool, was talking about that earlier. That this kind of tools is what we can end up doing in order to take trades like this, and in order to end up building systems that make us better traders overall. As we can go in and we can use AIs, and we can use systems like yours, which are more GUI interfaces, as opposed to having to sit there and like code out kind of a Python bot and going from there. It's I absolutely love that.
That's actually what got me to build TrendSpider in the first place. Like 10 years ago, I was trying to build an automated trading bot, and we were writing it in C# on a platform called Quant Connect, right? I had a programmer working for me, and it was hell, because you build the code, you run the internal backtest, and you make it live in the market. It would do terrible. You'd have to stop it and then go write more code. And there was this like long delay between realizing it doesn't work and being able to try again. And meanwhile, the market moves. You're sitting on the sidelines, right? It's no fun to do it that way, unless you're able to code it yourself. And most people, myself, Michael, most people just can't do that. Like, it's complicated. So here's another really cool thing about the backtester that a lot of people miss. Have you ever clicked on Variance Explorer?
You showed it to me. I'm not gonna lie, I still need to learn about it, but I'm pumped, and I want to use this that we're gonna do right now, and I'm gonna load up a couple bots into my account. I don't know if any of them are gonna trigger, because we can't control that, because the market's doing like absolutely nothing today. But I want to use some of this to start playing with, see if we can capture some live trades here with the bot into our Trade the Pool account.
Awesome. So the Variance Explorer lets you take a strategy, the one we were looking at, that Donchian strategy, with all the tweaks we added to it, right? The stop losses and whatever. And then it lets you figure out where that strategy actually will perform best. Think of it kind of like reverse scanning with a strategy. You have a strategy, and now you want to see where that strategy tends to perform the best. So what you do, first you select a strategy. If you open it from the backtester, it'll auto-select the one you're on. Then you can pick timeframes, right? So if you're a shorter term trader, maybe you pick a few intraday timeframes. Maybe we're going to do 30 minutes and 65 minutes, right? Because those both have an even number of candles in a trading day. I'm kind of a weird OCD guy about it.
Very Brian Shannon of you, the 65-minute candle. I
learned that from him. Yes. And I'm incredibly grateful to him for highlighting that for me. He's the reason why it's in TrendSpider. Yeah. I saw him present that concept, and it instantly one of those moments, right?
Why I'm like, why hourly charts when it's one of those things that when someone explains it to you, you just like go, duh. I should have figured that out myself.
So it's actually the lowest time frame I'll ever make a decision from, right? Like I won't make any decision anything under 65 minutes. Typically I'm like weekly and up, weekly, monthly type of guy. I sit in things for long periods of time. But if I'm trying to time an entry, 65 minutes I find to be quite useful. 30 minutes for bots, right? But both because they're equal number of candles throughout a day, half candles.
Yeah.
Anyways, you select your time frames. You can select a depth, right, or a set of date ranges, right? And then you can select a list of symbols. I've got a few other leverage ETFs in here already, but you can actually load a watch list of your own if you want. You can add symbols. I can add SPY or something here. And then you click run. And what it's going to do, it's going to take all of these symbols and all of these time frames and combine them into as many permutations as required, right? And then it's going to show you the performance of this strategy across those permutations. So what you can see is this particular strategy seems to perform best on ERX on the 65-minute time frame. It still does not seem to beat buy and hold, right? We can add a few more here, right? Let's add SPXL, let's add TQQQ, see how it does with those, rerun it, right? But the idea here is instead of trying to like fit a strategy to a symbol, you can take a strategy and find which symbol fits that strategy, right, in reverse. And that gives you a lot of power, right? Because your strategy might work great on Apple, right? But when you then test it on NVIDIA, it might work better, right? Better consistency, right? And it gives you all of the tabular data. You'll notice that this is ERX 65 minutes. There's another ERX 30 minute right here, right? There's FAST, which is a financial industry leverage ETF, right? 2 different time frames. And then at the bottom, right, you have the ability to generate your own scatter plots. So you can get a sense for, all the relationships between them, like how they tend to relate with one another. But you can actually define your axes, your bubble sizes, right? You can define anything that you want here. So the idea here is before you launch a bot, right, once you've gotten a strategy that works, test it on a list of symbols. Run it against your watch list. Try to identify what symbol or what combination of symbols and time frames that tends to work best on. This strategy is designed for 35 minutes, but I'm kind of curious if it works intraday, if it works longer periods, more. Just add the time frames and just run it, right? And like nail 90-minute here. This is kind of crazy, right? Like, okay, so it's going to perform like 100,000 times better. Let's look at it, right? Close that, go to nail, and when you switch symbols in TrendSpider, it's going to automatically retabulate. Wow, that's actually wild. It's going to retabulate that, right? That's actually a crazy find we just found here. I'm gonna have to save this one.
And it's funny. I always talk about how when you become a bot trader, you become systematic. You become a little bit more like a scientist. Where like I know I saw that in your eyes, and I know what that leads to is you're like, wow, I may have discovered something here, and that opens up a whole pathway. Like a lot of people think robot trading is just you set up your robots and then you go to the beach and whatever, but constantly exploring and iterating and building new things. And then when you get a moment like that that really kind of interests you, then now you're diving deep. Now it's like, okay, right off the next 3 hours of my day, because I'm going to go through and I'm going to try to make sure I discovered something, do some robustness testing and all of that. And then you may have another system to apply on top of what it is that you're doing right now.
Definitely. So that's a wild find, but I'm really happy that happened because it kind of highlights how you can discover things. And even if you have a good idea, you can find a way to make that idea better. And I've always believed that bot trading, like any kind of systemic trading, right? But you have to break it down into kind of 3 different categories, 3 different steps, if you will. And the first one of those is, obviously strategy development, right? But one of the steps is universe selection, right? Like what exactly is my universe that I'm going to try to trade within? Right, there's like 7,000 listed securities in the United States. If you count crypto and forex and futures, there's hundreds of thousands of tickers. Right, part of our job as investors and traders is picking which ones to focus on because we're not Renaissance technologies. We don't have a room full of quants and 400 different analysts, trying to do that for us. We have to be selective with where we invest our time and energy. Right, so the idea of scanning to identify your high-level universe, right, and building a watch list of high potential names, right? And then building a strategy on something, and then testing it against that universe to see where that strategy would perform best, and proceeding with just a few tickers where the strategy seems to be as consistent and reliable, and generates the best kind of overall return picture. I think that's really important, right? And understanding that return is not the only metric, right? A lot of new traders get caught up on things like win rate, right? Here's something funny for you guys. This strategy on this symbol nail, it only wins 30% of the time. It's lost 394 trades and only won 171 of them, right? But your ratio, right? Your ratio of win to loss, where is that in this thing? I'm going to be blind here. Wins ratio. Where's the risk reward ratio? Well, somewhere in this giant pile of numbers, there's a reward risk ratio. Oh, there it is. Right. You're making 2.86 when you win for every one that you lose. Right.
Yeah.
So when you lose $1. When you win, you make $2.86. Right. Just assuming those are dollars. Right. So it's actually the interplay between win rate and our ratio that is the most important two sets of numbers when developing a bot automated strategy. Right?
Well, and for me, I go one further than that, where, and I know this is really weird of me as kind of the resident quant to say, but I don't look too closely at the numbers, right? I do a lot of this, where I want to just really enlarge that equity chart, and the reason for that is that this gives me the best feeling on how it would potentially be to trade this strategy, because I know a lot of people do this when they get into systematic trading, that they end up being they really focus, like you mentioned, on the numbers, and they say, okay, well, this strategy made 500%. That'll be great, but the drawdowns and like the way they happen and the timing of which they happen become really, really hard, and the person like abandons the strategy at the worst, always at the worst possible time. So I like this, because then I can look at it, and then when, say for example, we talked about this strategy, this opening range breakout strategy, that there was a month plus periods where it didn't trade. So right now it hasn't traded in a while. So instead of me getting like super antsy about this particular strategy, I can just look back on the chart and say, oh yeah, well, there's multiple times here where it doesn't trade, and then eventually it does, and it seems to do pretty well when it does. So I spend a lot of time just staring directly at the equity curve, because I want to, for lack of a better term, get drilled into me how it would feel to trade this, and whether or not it's something that I could withstand. Because I guarantee you that there's some strategies out there that make really good money that you would not be able to kind of stomach throughout. Like, take your 30%. Sorry, go
Your
ahead.
drawdown here is 65%, right?
Yeah.
If you're running a strategy, you will be really red some days, some weeks, some months. It's going to hurt, right? And that's actually in my view. I mean, you're touching on one of the most important concepts in this, and that's follow the strategy.
Yeah.
Right. Your job is not to interfere with it; it's to design it and let it run. Right. And you need to understand its metrics in order to simply be able to sleep at night. Right. Like, you need to know, right, that you're going to only win 30% of your trades. Right. And you need to know that that's okay. Right. That is by design and intentional. But that also means when you're sitting there during the day watching your brokerage account, seeing orders trigger and they're red and you're losing money on them, it means don't interfere. Right.
Yeah.
Allow it to continue to run. Right. There is sometimes a time when a strategy should be turned off. Right. The market changes its character. Right. Some really bad news hits on Thursday during all the economic data, and we enter a true bear market. Then it would make sense to disable your bull market strategy. Right. But as long as the overall trend and overall market is aligned with the reasons that strategy is running, you should continue it. This has been really hard with this strategy for me, because this strategy does generally have very big drawdowns, right? It's very late to exit, and it's a little late to enter, right? Sometimes a combination of that results in you buying the top and selling the bottom, right? It is a Danchin channel crawl after all, right? So in order to run this, you've got to chill, right? You've got to realize that, and it's easy to say and really hard to do, right?
The example that I use is like a diet, right? It's like I could give you the perfect diet, right? It's like chicken, broccoli, and brown rice 5 times a day, and you're not going to do it. So what does it matter? And it's the same with building a system. I could build you the perfect system. If that system is too painful for you personally to trade, you're not going to trade it, or you're going to interfere, and you're probably going to do that at the worst time. So just like when we are, when we're talking about trading, it always goes back, and you hear this all the time from discretionary traders and all kinds of things, is that you have to trade the style that works for you. So what someone may really need a high win rate, and they might be okay with when they're right they make 0.5, and when they're wrong they lose 1. But they just need that ability to be right 65% of the time, where Dan, who's been doing it for much longer, is totally fine with being wrong 7 out of 10 times. Like that's painful for a lot
I think
of
I'm
people.
wrong about 9.9 out of 10 times.
But if you're right, all you got to do is hit it once every now and then, and you go right ahead. And then also, it might be different for different things. So with Trade the Pool, right, we're trading prop firms. There's rules around those. There's drawdown limits, things like that. So for their account, you may want to do something that's a little bit more consistent, maybe makes a little bit less money, but has a little bit more consistency. And then maybe your own account, where you're okay with longer and larger drawdowns, you do something that makes more money and is less consistent. And combining those two things is really powerful, because that's my whole reason for trading. And the old idea is how to do both. I think that's the power that we have as both retail traders and as systematic traders, is that we can do both. So someone is talking here. Yeah, can you have a buy or sell on EMAs, right? So do you have an EMA strategy that you like, or we can build one here for
Yeah, I
people
use one
live?
for a demo all the time. So you can do this in a variety of ways, but here's a simple one, right? Buy when the EMA 5 crosses the 20, sell when the opposite happens, right? You can do one of the most beautiful things about this is there's basically no limit to what you can build.
Yeah.
Right. If you can dream it, you can build it. And I'll raise you, right. Even if an indicator exists only in your mind, right? Like you have an idea for an indicator, but nobody's written it. You can also do that in TrendSpider, right? Because you can go to the custom indicator editor. And let me delete these Donchain channels, and I'll show you, because this usually blows everybody's mind. All right. But you can say, you know what? I want to make my own custom indicator, and whatever that is, you can just describe it to an AI, and it will write the code for you. And then you can use that script that was written custom for you in a strategy. You can say, like, generate an EMA that is red when price is below it and green when price is above it. Right? Just for an example, right? But you just tell it, and it's actually gonna write the code for you. Boom, done. And now we have an indicator here that is exactly what I described. I can now give it a name, save it, open the strategy tester, load it up. And not only that, but you can have a system here, right? So you can describe, like, my trading system is the following 30 things. I care about the EMA, I care about RSI, I care about MACD. Just put a buy and sell marker on my chart when these things are true or these things are true. You can do that as well. And the backtester can look at that, and you can say, when signal emerged, buy, or whatever you coded it, buy. Right. So this gives you the flexibility to build your own ideas, right? You're not limited to the 300 standard indicators in TrendSpider, and you're not limited by not being a programmer either, right? You can just develop an indicator and build your own system around it and combine it with other things.
I have an example here, because I actually did this yesterday with something that everyone has seen me do on stream a whole bunch, and I haven't built this into a bot on Trade the Pool yet, but I'm gonna. And because this is something that I'm really, and I had to do a bunch of cool things with like lines and graphics and all kinds of stuff. So where is my, right here. So this is the strategy, again, you guys have seen me use all the time. So the idea is pretty simple. We've got the 1-day VWAP and the 2-day VWAP, right? So we have today's VWAP, and then we have VWAP that has today's and yesterday's data on it. And quite often, I've noticed anyway, that you get a stock that's gapping up a little bit too high, something that's going a little bit too crazy, and it spends, maybe do a 2 minute, spends a couple candles above the current day VWAP, and then it breaks through. and then I take a short there with a stop at the high of the day, and I'm targeting that 2-day VWAP. And this is one of the strategies I use to pass the account with. And you can see all I did was exactly what Dan said, and I just wrote that whole thing and then just created this indicator from scratch. And this is one of those, like a lot of people have talked about, building your own potential strategy and then applying it to different symbols every day. So this strategy works very well on strategies or symbols that have had earnings or something like that. They've had a reason that the 1 and the 2-day VWAP have separated enough, a big gap down, a big gap up, something like that. And you're just playing a reversion back down intraday. And this is kind of the next thing that I'm going to build over here so that I can go through every morning and just show me things that have done something overnight that are interesting, some sort of gap or some sort of movement like that, in order to take that trade. Because I think it was, yeah, like Intel, I remember way back here, you got a couple nice trades out of, but it's simply just saying, if you lose today's VWAP, where does it potentially go? Well, the volume average, weighted average price of the last 2 days makes sense because that's the average price of both today and yesterday. So yeah, so I did this, and again, I don't know how to code this. I can show you the code of it. I'll have no idea how any of that works, but
Same way.
you know, just
I built this one a little while ago. This is one of the most complicated things ever because it takes like 15 momentum oscillators and makes them vote. Right? Is it overbought or oversold? And then prints the numbers on there. You know, it's like MFI, CCI, stochastics, Fisher, right? Like RSI, Arun, right? I just gave it a list of all of them and said, mesh these together and have them vote, right? The numbers should represent how many out of the 14 say it's overbought or oversold, right? And then you can also take it a step further and then be like, you know, make it configurable, right? So, and it'll add options so you can then save it and share it. And one really cool thing, if anybody here comes up with something unique and cool, you can actually sell it on the TrendSpider store to other users, right? Like when you go to publish an indicator here, you know, you do get the option to publish it to like the TrendSpider marketplace. And at the end of this month, we'll give you a way to put a price on it so people can buy it from you and you get paid for it.
Here's a good question for you. I know the answer, but I'll let you. What is it in PineScript? Is that what you guys are coding in, or did you use something a little more ubiquitous?
No. So look, I'm going to try really hard not to go off on a
I poked that bear on purpose.
Yes. So look, for some reason, I know the reason. I'll tell you in a second. But for some reason, a lot of trading platforms, who I won't name, invented their own programming languages, right? I'll name them. TradingView's PineScript, right? Thinkorswim's ThinkScript, MetaTrader's MQL. All of these are custom, homemade, homebrewed scripting languages, meaning anything that they do, the author of the language has to give it the ability to do, right? They have to actually go in and say, let them do this. TrendSpider's custom scripting is JavaScript. JavaScript is the second most popular programming language in the world. Every website you go to is built in JavaScript. There's like 300 million people who already know JavaScript. There's a whole world of freelance JavaScript developers that you can hire on Upwork or Freelancer or wherever for a couple bucks if you don't want to use the AI. So, but it's also a full programming language, right? And that means it can do some really fancy stuff. For example, it can go download data from the web, right? And then incorporate that in your custom indicator. It has the ability to go download a file from the SEC's website, right? You can do all kinds of crazy stuff. You can use outside NPM libraries, right? If you want to use Google's machine learning in your custom indicator, you can do that. That's only possible because it's a real programming language, not some made up wonky thing that some guys cooked up. And I want to also just highlight why other platforms did that, because I know why. They do it to lock you in, right? Yeah. They do it because it's not portable. You can't take PineScript and run it in TrendSpider or MetaTrader or anywhere else. But JavaScript is a portable, well-known language. Every AI in the world knows JavaScript inside and out, right? Tons of developers do too. It's a real language. And that's a really important distinction, right? You can do things in JS here that you cannot do in ThinkScript, because ThinkScript, just the developers of ThinkScript didn't think to add that kind of functionality. You can't download outside data with it. Right. It also means that you can build full systems, right? That are portable and can be exported from TrendSpider and run outside of it. Should you choose to do that? So it's a very, very unique thing.
I have found again, as a non-coder with ChatGPT, I have found that it's way better at, and I think it's just because it's again, a language that you mentioned is there's more information for ChatGPT to get off the internet than with one of these, again, easy language or
Yeah,
PineScript or one of these. If I ask it a question, it's generally better at giving an answer to that than it is with these, because it just has more places that it can gather information from.
yeah,
Whereas if it's a specific language, it basically only goes to the documentation on that language and maybe some support forums or something like that. So yeah, it has been
totally.
much better to have that across kind of a breadth of things.
Yeah, and another really just cool thing, and please don't hold me to what I'm about to say, all right? Because I'm not, I don't know the timing exactly.
Hmm.
But the architecture here is actually language agnostic, right? We can plug in any language. So the idea is start with JavaScript because that's what TrendSpider is built in, and that's the language we as a team know best. But in December, we plan to add Python, right? And it's not hard. You just plug in another language interpreter and create some helper functions around it.
You
Um,
listen. You say it's not hard like that, and then one of your devs just had a heart attack somewhere. Like it's.
Hopefully, they're not listening.
I,
But the idea is to support multiple languages, right? To
yes.
make it as easy to build on as possible, to make it as portable as possible, right? Support Python, add C Sharp, add C++, right? Add Rust, Rails. There's a ton of different languages out there. All of them have pros and cons and are useful in different scenarios. JavaScript's pretty fast. Python's kind of slow, right? But Python is really well suited for quant stuff. So the idea is not to have an opinion. Our opinion is we don't have an opinion. They're all useful for different people and different times.
Well, and like, listen, so I think we've tried to convince you why you want to get into systematic trading, and why you can do that again with TrendSpider and Signal Stack and Trade the Pool. And I just update you guys on the one trade that I've got. I'm still just riding this AARY down. $35 better than a kick in the teeth, which I guess another reason for talking about the benefit of this is that, if I were to be trading myself and I was up $35 a day, I'd be kind of disappointed, I think. But the fact that I haven't had to do anything and I'm up $35, it feels, a little bit more like gifted. But the one thing I wanted to talk to you about, and what your thoughts on is, we gave all the reasons why people should get into systematic trading. And I really, really do believe, like, honestly and truly, that it would make 90% of traders way better, because we know 90% of traders don't make money anyway. So if you can build a bot that has any edge at all, the tiniest edge in the market, you're doing better than 90+% of traders out there. But I think there's something coming that's going to make it so that you have to become a systematic trader, and that you should start now. You don't have a choice. And that's all this 24-hour market stuff. So I don't think there's a world where discretionary traders survive that, because everything's going to move at the weirdest time. Well, especially with, what we're dealing with kind of politically and everything. A tweet at 2 in the morning it could be the only action the stock market has that day, right? Nvidia may only move during earnings reports. Things when you don't have open and closes anymore. All of a sudden, there's no such thing as day trading and swing trading, and there's no potential open to take advantage of and close of. And are you guys really thinking about that over there, that this is coming? Because I've just been hearing story after story of approvals happening in the 24-hour game. Because really, I think, if we haven't convinced you by now, I guess I'm just trying to scare you, is I think traders really need to sit and think. This reminds me of the time when I started trading, before there was HFTs, and we would trade one style, and then HFTs came around, we had to trade something completely different. This is going to be not right away, because I think there'll be liquidity problems in the overnight session, but eventually, once HFT systems are tight enough and there is enough liquidity to trade, I think this is going to be one of those forks in the roads where the systematic guys who have robots running for them 24/7, 365 are going to make a killing. And then the other side, the discretionary guys that are trying to trade 24/7, 365 are going to burn out and crash out. Like, I don't know if you've put much thought into this or not.
I'm sorry.
We
I
just
missed-
talk, yeah, the 24-hour
sense.
market and whether or not,
Yeah.
like how are you planning? I see that most of your stuff uses, longer term charts anyway, so I guess you won't be that affected. But
I mean, I'm a intermediate to long term swing trader, right? So I don't usually, at least personally, and I don't think this works for everybody, right? But I don't personally use stop losses, right? I don't personally care too much if I enter at $1.50 or $1.70. Right. I'm trying to capture big swings and sit in it for a while. As a result, when I take a loss, it's a bigger loss than what most people would want to take. But when I take a gain, it's generally a bigger gain. But like my view is there's a big distinction between that type of investing or trading or whatever you want to call it, and systemic kind of day trading or swing trading. And I think they both have a role. You mentioned 90% of traders fail. It reminds me of the rule of 90, right? It's like 90% of them fail, right? But they fail by losing 90% of their starting capital within their first 90 days of trading.
yeah,
And I think systemic trading is the one tool that traders, especially newer traders, have to protect themselves from that. Right. I don't advocate my style for other people because it's a very risky style. I mean, I was down 65% on Palantir for more than a year.
Oof.
Right.
Yeah.
It was brutal. Right.
I bet you. Are you still in now though?
I sold 67% of my position. Right. I still have what I plan to keep for a long time.
Well,
right. But I sold all the way up. Right. I sold at like 135, 145, 155, 165, and 175, 185 was my best exit.
wow.
I'm going to ride the rest of it for a while. I'm willing to give back some of the gains because I think in the long run, that's going to be worth a lot more. But that style doesn't work for a lot of people. And I've already taken all my basis and lots of gains out of it, like massive gains. I think it was up 1,600%. My basis was like $10, right? On it. I don't think that's for everybody. Right. And I don't think everybody should try to copy me. And I generally actively encourage people not to, because unless you have the risk tolerance and ability to the pain tolerance, I don't think it's wise. Right. It's a way to be emotional. It's really funny. I have a friend. He's a newer trader. Right. And I've watched him destroy his account by trying to copy my style. Right, like he bought United Healthcare at like 311, sold it at 239, like 2 weeks ago.
Oh no!
Right, and that's after he sold the Liberation Day lows in April and took another loss. Right, he's lost 30% of his capital in 6 months. I always tell him, I'm like, dude, like, don't follow me into trades unless you're willing to like follow me out of them later. Right, like if you wanna copy my trade, fine. Right, but copy the whole trade, not just the entry, right?
Yes.
And that's tough for people to do, right? And it's sad. He sold the very bottom, and had he just held for like another week or two, he'd be in the money now, right? What's UNH trading? It's like three.
I got it. 312. Yeah.
Yeah.
So after Buffett got in, it had a nice little pop there for sure.
Yeah. So, I think systemic trading is the best way to trade unless you have a really high amount of tolerance for pain and a long time horizon. When I'm like, I don't know if I'm more a trader or an investor, right? Because I will sit in things for years, right? I do sell them though, right? Eventually. But that's a very risky approach if you're new because the emotions will get you. My buddy, he called me right after he sold it, basically crying on the phone. And I'm just like, dude, like you're trying to trade a strategy that you don't understand, right? Yeah. Of course, it's going to hurt you because you don't know what you're doing, right? You need some rules around your trading or investing, or you need to buy index funds and sit on your butt.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
and the rules, right? This is goes back to the bots, right? The rule is, I think once you have the rules, why then do the work, right? Why do the I've got a whole podcast about systematic trading, and my co-host, his thing is always, he talks about, you'll never be the best button presser in the world, right? If you're looking for what your edge is over the market, it's not that you're going to be able to fill out the order to and hit buy better than anyone else, right? Like, so yeah, once you kind of outsource that, just some quick questions from Quest or chat, but like, can you make the bot use a trailing stop? And it's like, yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Right. So let's test that. So I've got this
and
opening range.
there's a couple ways to do that, by the way. You can use the built-in trailing stop exit condition,
Yep.
right? So if you, but you can also just add a trailing stop indicator to your chart. Like I like to use ATR trailing stop or volatility stop. There's a bunch of those. And you can also use a moving average. And one cool trick, Michael, I don't know if you ever do this, but add a moving average, but configure it to calculate itself off the low instead of the close, right? And that can give you a nice trailing stop line as well.
Script. Let's add a new. Let's just do, okay, so price, we're going to close less than an indicator. Let's just use an EMA, and then use
So then click on that, yep, and switch it from close to low.
to low,
right.
apply.
I keep begging Dev to actually show any indicators you add in the chart automatically. It's such a pain because you would have to then go add the indicator to see it.
Yeah, but yeah, this is like just what we talked about. So this is the same opening range breakout strategy that I gave before, but now instead of just, I had a stop loss and a profit target, and that was all there is to it. Now it's using this as a trailing stop, and actually is doing better. So again, I don't focus.
I'm curious if you clone that once and require two closes below. No, not that. Go down to the conditions, right, and just clone that condition. Click the little
that guy,
and then see where it says last. Just put a 1 in last for this one and a 1 in there. Yeah. So now you need it to close twice below that EMA. I'm just curious how that affects.
Oh, that's got even better.
Right. So that's one of the tricks you can use. We call it sequencing, when you do say like this candle did that, but the one before it did this, and the one before it did this. Right. And that lets you add a little more certainty to it and avoid getting wicked as hard.
Yes. And then there's another question quickly to address. Some people are having problems connecting their account. I've got my company chat over here, and they mentioned that, and they're working on that, and just come back in just a little bit. No, the AI. Someone said the AI said you can't do it on evaluation accounts. You certainly can, and you certainly will be able to. You've got our top men in the back just allowing accounts to do that. So don't worry about that. Just give us a little bit of time, and we'll get going there. But yeah, and this is and it's funny. You'll notice some strategies will work very well with trailing stops. Some strategies do horrible with trailing stops. I find that if you're using some sort of trend following system, that's usually where trailing stops will really shine, because the whole point of trend following systems is you want to, we talked about win rate. This strategy here with this equity curve that looks like this, which is pretty good looking equity curve, only has a 40% win rate, but it's made over the testing period like 65% with a max drawdown of 11%. That's pretty good. So it's a great strategy, and it got even better with this. And I like the 2 closes below, because that probably just kept you from getting whipsawed a whole lot. And one thing, I know we've just kind of been showing it, but we haven't expressly mentioned, but I really do love, is seeing the trades on the chart. I like to go through and just make sure that it's doing what I want it to do, what I expect it to do, because I think there can be some times where you look at the code and you think it's building correctly, and maybe even it back tests amazingly, and then you go to actually trade it, and you find that there's a problem, right? So you thought you did it right, and it's actually trading something else. And sometimes the equity curve looks amazing, but then you go look at it and you say, this isn't doing opening range breakouts at all. This is doing some kind of other crazy action. And
Yep.
if the back tests look good, that might lead you to a whole bunch of other questions. But yeah, I like to go back and just look and see, because like you mentioned, you can also sometimes look and notice maybe some patterns that yet, an AI or something wouldn't, on where it's getting you in, and maybe there's a better entry, maybe there's a better stop loss, something like that, as a
Speaking,
way to
speaking
visually
of
just check that out.
speaking of AI, do you want me to highlight the strategy lab at all? The AI tools?
Yeah, well, listen, we're hanging out for a while yet. You can
All
go
right,
where
it's the
whenever
last
you'd
thing.
like,
I just realized when you
I'm
mentioned
having
AI,
fun.
we had not touched on that at all. Can you see this? Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
one very unique thing in TrendSpider, you will not find this anywhere other than the desks of programmers who know Python, right? Is you do have the ability to generate your own custom AI signals, right? So it's really cool how it works. You in TrendSpider, you at the bottom, you click on AI strategies, right? And it will open a new window, right? Something we call the AI strategy lab. If you don't have any, there's just going to be a button to create one, but I do have a bunch of them. But what you can then do is click the plus button and it opens the configuration panel. And here you have the ability, like this, like AI gets thrown around a lot. Those two letters, most of the time, it is bullshit, right?
Hmm.
A lot of products just slap a chatbot in it and say this is an AI brilliant thing. We have a chatbot too. It's brilliant, but it's not like a systemic strategy thing. This gives you a way to generate your own AI based entry signals, right? And they can follow your own strategies, or they can follow your own symbols, your own time frames. You decide how to train them. So, step one, what are we training this on, right? I'm going to just pick SPY, right? Let's go down to 30 minutes. So, SPY 30 minutes. And let's choose the dates between which we want to train it with. So, this is the data that it's going to learn from, right? So, we'll pick 2015 through 2021, right? That's in the past. That's what you want, right? You want to pick price action that is far enough in the past so you have lots of more recent price action to then back test against.
Yep.
And the notion there is out of sample. So like you train it and then test it on different sets of data. That prevents over curve fitting.
And let's just explain that, just because I know there's some people out here who are new to this. The idea is that you train and you optimize on this group of data, and then you come up with something that looks pretty. And the problem is, if you do too much of that, you end up curve fitting. And then a lot of people will do that. They'll create the prettiest equity curve in the world, and then they go live and they end up losing a bunch of money. So what Dan's saying is you create and you optimize on that set of data, and then you keep a completely different set of data that you don't optimize on. You just run the same strategy on that current set of data. And if it holds, then you're onto something, because you used data X to optimize, and then you use data Y just to test, not to do any sort of thing that could even be remotely considered curve fitting. And then by separating those two things and doing those two things, you know that you haven't just tortured the data until it told you what you wanted, because you've tested it on kind of fresh raw data that it's never seen. And if that holds up, then again, you're onto something, and something's going awesome.
Correct. And it's an important concept that a lot of people don't understand. It's actually true also with just systemic strategies, right? Like you always want to test it. And the holy grail is like a fully generalized strategy that works in any market condition on any symbol. That's rare, right? I don't think many people have that. I've only seen one of those in my life, and it was from a family office that is a quant office and has 300 million in assets, and they run like 400 different bots trading it, all systemic trading. Those guys are brilliant, but they're also like math PhDs.
Yeah.
Right? So they build custom indicators and have like I'm not kidding. There's entry conditions like 50 different conditions, right? And it's like doing cross asset referencing. So like calculates the ratio of the asset they're trading versus SPY versus the VIX, and does some fancy math around that. But anyways, the idea here is first you tell it what are we going to learn from, what are we going to train on, right? And we select an asset, a time frame, and a date range, right? Then we tell it what are we going to predict. right? And this is how you do that, right? It's really visual, right? But you can say, okay, I want to predict within 50 candles of entry the opportunity of making 0.25% or whatever, right? At the risk of losing 0.07, right? So it'll then highlight on your chart with yellow and these green and red clouds around it where it is possible that such a signal could emerge. Not saying that this is where it'll emerge. So this gives you a sense for, will the strategy even find anything, right? You want to see yellow on this chart. It doesn't mean it's going to enter at those. It's just, is the potential there, right?
Okay.
If you're trading on multiple assets, you'll also have tabs here. So you can see it on multiple assets, right? I'm just doing one asset for simplicity. Next, once you've configured that, what you're looking for, right? Next, you're going to tell it what kind of machine learning model to use. Because what you're doing here is you're actually training a custom, dedicated, your own, nobody else can ever see it, touch it, or use it, machine learning model to predict market behavior based on what you teach it, right? And there's 4 different types of machine learning we support. There's going to be a lot more over time, right? KNN, random forest, naive Bayes, logistic regression. You can Google those and learn all about them. They're different ways of computer brain functionality, right? Random forest is by far the most popular. KNN in our testing has performed the best, but we give you the choice, and you can even find that, right? But this is true machine learning. There's no BS here. We're not labeling something that's not AI. This is the actual real deal, right? And to do this without TrendSpider, you have to write code, right? There's no other way around it, right? So then, right, you select the market to train on. You select what you want to predict. You select the method, the logic, the thinking brain, like computational style of the model that you want to train, right? And then you got to tell it what inputs to use to make its predictions, right? And here you have the option to put them in manually, meaning selecting which indicators and things you care about, or you can have the AI do something cool and unique, right? Or you can use one of the examples, right? Like be adventurous, try something new. Let's go with that one. Right. So it's going to then use an AI and try to come up with what types of inputs might be useful in predicting it. And it's going to do some stuff that is AI. This is black box stuff. You can then go in and modify it, but it'll select indicators and it'll also do formulas around indicators, right? Like this one right here. This is C, which is somewhere down here, right? Divided by A, right? You might not like that one, so you just delete it, right? But the idea here is that you can choose the inputs that it actually cares about, right? We can also add our own. Like, let's say we want to add RSI, right? But we want it to be a 7-period RSI, right? So whatever. Then you click train an AI model, and it's going to then actually train a machine learning model. So in the background right now, what it's doing is deploying a Lambda instance. That's a type of serverless compute. It's installing a KNN learning model, right? And it's uploading all the price data and all the indicator data that you've selected. And it's going to try and figure out if it is effective or not. That model obviously did not work, right? Like, because this box is red and it says no go here. When it says no go, it means there's no chance in hell this will ever work. Don't even try, right? But sometimes,
which that is like, some people would look at that as a failure, but that is huge because it'd be interesting to see, right? Learn off, something that you normally do. Could you imagine if when you were sitting down to trade every day, if somebody tapped you on the shoulder and said, listen, don't, what you're trying to do will lose you money over time. That is just insanely, right? Insanely.
Backtester will do that too. If
Yeah.
you see the tabular data, any of the metrics highlighted in red, it's telling you that mathematically, if you run this long enough, that metric is going to kill you. You will go negative.
And
right.
again, it's huge because 90% of trading is not doing dumb stuff, right? And not doing the thing that you saw on TikTok or Twitter or whatever it is, that it looked nice. He showed you 2 examples of when it worked. But if you do that thing enough time, you'll end up losing all your money. And again, we're trying to get to the point where people have any edge, where again 90% of traders don't. And then once you have an edge, it becomes more of a game to build on it and improve it. So stuff like this, just having that thing saying, just don't trade this model, that's perfect, right? That's great.
So it gets kind of cool, right? Because when you find one that works well, like this is one I trained like almost a year ago, right? This chart right here, this chart that I zoomed in here, this is how you can tell if the AI is going to be worth exploring more or if it's just dumb. AIs are kind of like people. A lot of them are really, really stupid.
Yeah.
So what it's telling you here, and along the bottom, it's the percentage of of signals that this AI identified, and if they won or not, right? And then the right axis is the AI's confidence in its signal. So when you look at this, you can say, okay, look, when it's about 60% confidence, it all tends to perform the same, right? There's not much of an edge between 90% and 60%, maybe even 50%, right? At any of those confidence levels, you're winning about half your trades, right? So what you can do then is you click deploy. I've already done it with this one, right? But you click deploy. There's a button here that says deploy, right? It only appears if the model is green, right? And then you can go back to TrendSpider, and you can go to indicators, and you can type AI model here, right? And it's going to give you this AI model indicator. And then you can type the name of the model that you just did. That was high probability 6, right? And you can click apply. It's then going to plop that AI's opinions on your chart, right? So it's going to tell you its confidence score and, where it came up with that. And this will work across timeframes. We trained on daily, remember? So we should look at it on daily, right? And then we can also filter it by confidence. So we can go here and say, you know what, that's cool, right? But let's filter out anything less than 70, right? And now we have our AI signals of a confidence rating of over 70. You can then use this as part of a strategy, right? It does not have to be the entire strategy, right? And you might eyeball this and say, you know what, I only want this when it's 100% right or when it's 100% sure, right? And in the AI world, 100% sure doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? But you can add that and you can see, like, it's actually not bad, man. If you add like some other conditions to it, right, it would have caught this, right? It would have also thought it's going to keep going here, right? But it's catching this one. It was wrong here, right? Or I guess like a little right. Right, but you can then integrate this into a broader strategy. This shouldn't be the only part of it, right? But you can say, you know what, I care about Donchian channel crawl, and I also want the AI to have issued a signal within the last 30 candles of at least 60% confidence. That'll filter some other stuff out. And a lot of money is made in the market, not an exit, but an entry, right? Like if you get a good entry, you can get a crappy exit. I do that all the time. Like I sold a little bit of house today when it's selling off. Do I care if I sell at 35 or 34? No, my basis is $7. Right, like I don't really care if I give a couple bucks back to the market, right? But this gives you the ability to integrate machine learning into any other strategy or just your manual discretionary trading, and that can be machine learning that you yourself design and control, right? Once you deploy it, it's a black box. You don't know why or what it's making its decisions, but you know that you've tested it and trained it, and you can see, you know how it performs, and you kind of learn to trust that AI's brain. If that makes any sense.
It's awesome, right? And it just shows, we started, and this has been a really cool way to kind of wrap this up and go through some things, because we started with a simple opening range breakout strategy, right? Just hey, you find your stock that you think is going to work the best when it comes to opening range breakout. You make your list, you deploy your bots, you send that right to your trade the pool account. And maybe you pass the account that way. And then from there, we just went all the way down from back testing to now AI to machine learning. And I think that's important to show that you're really going to the depths. So you can start very surface level, and you can, where you want to apply your discretion just changes. So, for example, the person who wants to trade that stock that's in play and take opening range breakouts, their discretion might be in just scanning for the names each day. And maybe they like reading the news and they think that this stock is going to have a better chance of breaking out than that stock or whatever it is. And their discretion enters in picking the names to apply the indicator to have the bot trade it for them. And then there's some people who might want to get a little bit deeper into it, and they go into machine learning and creating their own indicators and building that kind of stuff out. And or maybe it's a transition. Maybe you start at A and then you move your way down to Z over time. But it just shows that, hey, we're in 2025. All of these tools exist. I don't think you should continue to, or most people should aspire to be the guy who, you know, picks up the newspaper, reads the news, and then sits down in front of 1,000 monitors watching 150 different charts tick up and down and looking
You're
for their
making me
moment.
self-conscious, man.
Right? Because, like, yeah, you just get your bots to do it, right? If you like stocks when they break out to new all-time highs, just have a bot that will buy stocks as they break out to new all-time highs, right? There's ways to systematize. I sat down with Dan, I think last week, and I went through my process, which you could see was very cobbled together and involved a bunch of different softwares to kind of get to an end result. But it's gotten to the point where I have one monitor, right? I've got this one big monitor right here, and I'm swing trading and crypto trading and trading with Trade the Pool for day trading, doing all kinds of stuff, and I don't hit a button to take a trade. I actually went to look because I don't know if I missed a trade or not, but no, I am still just in that one setup for the day. So, listen, this has been absolutely great, Dan. I appreciate you guys for giving the 2 months free to everyone who signs up for Trade the Pool account. We're gonna get that launched and set up for you guys in a minute here, and coming by and showing everybody what you can do, like when you get more advanced into it. I don't think, even if you're not planning on starting there, you just start simple. Start by taking one thing that you do in the market that you think a robot could do better, or that you don't need to do yourself is another way to do it, and dip your toe in there and have, TrendSpider and Signal Stack kind of help you out with that. One thing I do every day, at the end of every day, is I sit and I just make a little note to myself of what didn't I need to do that day? What could I have outsourced to a system? What could I have outsourced somewhere else? And when I get to that point, that I try to figure out, like, it's the whole thing of, you try to hire developers that are inherently lazy, because they're going to try to do something in which they don't want to end up doing that work. They can outsource that work to a different bot. So do the same thing with your trading, is saying, what didn't I need to do today? Did I not need to watch 1,000 stocks? Could I have watched 3 stocks? All right. Could I have, did I need to watch for the opening range breakout on the Qs today? Or could I just do that, by watching the opening, or having a bot watch the opening range breakout on the Qs? Did I need to wait for that MACD cross, or could have I had that done? So again, very much appreciate it. Is there any kind of tips or words of wisdom for people? I think most people here are probably trying to get into the systematic game. So maybe for newer people, kind of dipping their toes in, a place to start.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is, don't overcomplicate it. Simple strategies work, and the more variables and the more conditions that you add, the less you can, just as a human, understand what it's doing. I always tell people, start simple, right? Start simple, but be consistent about that. Choose a few indicators, not 50. Don't try to be a quant and build a strategy with 75, condition on entry. But simple. Keep it understandable for yourself. Add complexity over time as you become more complex yourself. But traders lose money for a lot of reasons. Emotions are one of them. FOMO is another, right? But in my opinion, the biggest thing is just being in a hurry, right? Overcomplicating stuff and being in a hurry together are a toxic combination. When I was a younger trader, I'm going to be 41 soon. I'm getting kind of old here, right? But when I was in like my early 30s and trying to figure out markets before TrendSpider, right, before I decided to build this thing, before I even knew what it could be, right, I was an awful trader, right? The only time I made money was with long-term buy and hold, right? And sometimes that meant buy it high, wait for it to go down for 5 years, and then make your money, right, when it finally recovers. I keep it really simple. You notice my charts are not complicated, right? Like I
Yeah.
have some sort of volume profile, I have volume, I have some kind of momentum tool. There's a couple I use, and that's basically it, right? When I scan for stuff related to what I look at, right? I don't try to overcomplicate it. My scan is actually generally very simple: up 50% over a year, or down 25% or more over 3 months, right? That's what I tend to look for. You know, develop it yourself, but don't be afraid to draw a line in the sand. There's a dirty little secret most traders won't tell you, and that it doesn't actually matter what indicators and tools you use, as long as you use them consistently, right?
Yeah.
It can be any momentum indicator, right? It can be any moving average. It doesn't matter. Use a 200, use a 2 period. Like, as long as you master that, right? I've seen people destroy themselves by just overcomplicating it, right? So don't, and you'll have much higher chances of doing well. The odds are still against you as a trader. The market
Yes.
is always going to try to screw you over. But if you keep it simple, you're consistent, you know your limits, you set your rules, you're systemic about it, over time, those losses will be overshadowed by your wins, and you'll be a happy guy.
I think that was perfectly put. And yeah, it's everyone thinks everything is way harder than it should, and as we as humans try to make things, I think, more complicated than we need to be. And once you have the tools together, it's just about kind of being creative at that point.
It's actually
So,
just
A tiny bit worse than that, because yes, everything you just said is true, but people then also like to make it look easy.
right. But
yes.
on Twitter and Discord channels, anybody, they're all bragging. They're all acting like this is easy, right? They're all acting like it's easy money. This is not easy money. This is hard work, right? You have to, but it's hard mental work, and it's hard discipline, right?
Mhm.
And those are the things that set winners and losers apart in markets.
Yeah, and yeah, it's I don't want to go too deep into the rabbit hole of the fake gurus and all that, but it is a problem, because it's one of those. Yes, sometimes you can even get even a lot of the legitimate traders out there, they end up kind of skipping the part where they failed for 5 6 years plus before they ended up making things that work. And I do think that things like we showed with the back test and with a lot of these things end up being the superpower of of traders, is that, like you mentioned, you don't have to iterate in public. You don't have to iterate live in real time. You can iterate via backtest, and then when you're sure, go from there. So it will still be a lot of work. You still have to come up with your own strategies, but at least you're not losing money while you do it, right? You can end up, doing something where you're having a good thing, right? Where you're able to have the robot do all the hard things, all the bad things, lose the money every time you build a back test and it's nothing is working and everything looks like it's broken. And then you get the back test that works, and now you can deploy it. So you didn't have to sit through as much of the pain as you would have back in the day. Because I remember when I started at least trading, the only back test was actually going through charts with a physical. That's why they call it paper trading. It's because you had a pen and a piece of paper, and you wrote down your entry, and you scrolled through the chart, and you wrote down your exit. But being able to do these
That's
things,
fascinating.
yeah, being able to do those things now just with a system is way better, because yeah, you can do so much more work and iteration and testing than you ever could in the past. And I always say, we live in an environment where, especially with AIs and things like this, a lot of people are way more superpowered than they used to be. So make sure you're utilizing those things as much as you can.
Absolutely. Well, Michael, thank you so much for having me
Yes,
on. I hope that I was helpful. I've got just
absolutely.
about 5 minutes left here. Is there
Yep.
anything else that you want me to touch on?
No, I think you've been absolutely great. Michael is going to come back on in a second, and he's going to give away some stuff, and we're gonna push some more people to Signal Stack and TrendSpider, and I'm excited for it. And I want to do more follow ups and things like this, because I don't know, but I had a lot of fun, so I really
Yeah,
like this.
anytime. I'm more than happy to do this. This is awesome.
And
So,
anytime you just, again, we stream from open until about 11 every day. If you're ever bored and you just want to come by and shoot the shit about the markets, you'd certainly feel free.
awesome.
Awesome.
Well, thank you everybody for listening to me ramble. I hope you like what you saw. Michael, thank you for hosting.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye,
Have a
guys.
good one. Bye bye. All right. So that was a lot of fun. Again, a lot of things. I know there are some YouTube problems that people are talking about, but we're going to keep going because it will turn into a video anyway. So we'll definitely be here for you. But listen, I had a lot of fun. Let's short Google, someone is saying. That's a funny comment for that. But listen, I think we've done a pretty good job of convincing you that you should basically try very hard to become a systematic trader. And me personally, as someone, again, Michael's going to come on in a minute, I'll tell you, I'm really bad discretionarily trading. I'm not good at it at all. However, systems, right? They're a different beast. They remove all of the emotional issues I have. They remove all of the ability to focus while I'm doing the stream and trying to trade at the same time and all those kind of things, which I would love to say is my only excuse, but it's certainly not. And the fact that you can now do that with Trade the Pool, I think is huge, right? This is one of those things that was very hard to, in my past, almost impossible. But even now, for a lot of people and a lot of brokers, if you're trading with Robinhood right now, you're not doing, he's talking about like AI, machine learning, sent trades right to it. You can now do that as part of Trade the Pool. So that will be very interesting. So just give me a thumbs up down there, Michael, whenever you're ready, and we can keep going. So what do you think of that? What do you think of machine learning? Doing, oh, you gave the thumbs up. You're on. You want me to play
Okay,
that?
that's it. Oh, yeah, I see the lights are crazy here.
I was about to say
Yeah,
you're not usually that color.
yeah, too much white.
Yeah.
But here she is. Alrighty. So first of all, Michael, thanks so much. It was really amazing, and I think, definitely the guys. Obviously, it takes a minute to really make the decision to try and automate your trades, right? Because it is scary, right? To some degree that
Yeah.
you're not in control. I'm scared of that myself because I do like to be in control, especially when it comes to trading. So you place the order automatically. It's kind of scary, but at least, guys, give it a shot and try it. On a demo, on the evaluation, whatever it is.
Well, and what I like about it, right, is so when I'm here, I'm watching, right? I keep this in the the corner of my screen all day. I keep it while I'm on stream with you guys, and I'm watching. Anytime if I don't like one of these trades, I can just click the close button, and I've now superseded the bot. I've taken control back, right? Like when you're
Yeah.
self-driving a car, you can grab the wheel, right? You can take it back, so you're not fully letting go. I have
Yeah.
these, now 2 trades on. Again, it's a very slow day, but I have these 2 trades on. If I don't like these at any time, I'm just going to click that button and I'm gone. So yeah, just know that you are giving control over, but you can always take it back. And again, we went through over some advanced topics, but ease your way into it, right? Get comfortable slowly. You notice that when I set up these bots, I set them up with 1 share. Because these are new bots to me. So I'm not going to go with a full size. I'm going to try 1 share first and then track that. And then from there, more as time goes on.
Yeah, exactly. And once you already know that, as you showed before, you ran your strategy, you saw the number, you saw the stats. Once you did that, you have more confidence in order to put it to the test and actually put the 1 share or 10 share, or later on as it proves itself, also 100 shares and more. Yeah, for sure. So for those of you who maybe missed that or anything like that, or maybe just joined the live, we talked about the bot, we saw the algo and the actually execution, and now you can join Trade the Pool and get 2 months free together with TrendSpider and Signal Stack and test it out yourself. I'm dying to dive in. Although I'm scared, I will definitely dive in. I will probably use your help, Michael,
Absolutely.
to guide me just a little bit. Yeah, but it's funny because I listened to Dan and yourself, and when you talked about the fact that two important, very important things. One is that you can trade or use any type of indicator. It doesn't really matter as long as you control it, as long as you understand it and find the edge of using it. And the second thing, when as you get more experience in trading, you actually it become more clearer that you don't need a whole lot of tools, right? The chart, maybe one indicator or so, but not too many of those. I remember when I had a bunch of traders together with me, and I saw guys that didn't even look at the candles. They just had like 10 different indicators on the chart, right?
Yeah.
And obviously it's not working.
Yeah, and a lot of the things that I do, a lot of the systems that I use, and I'm gonna actually show here, they don't use indicators at all. They're just using kind of a little bit of math. So we can go through AARY, and this is a trade that I took this morning, or the bot took this morning, and all this is doing is looking for a really wide range candle yesterday, and then a little
Right.
bit of an extension of that today. So you can see, right? You guys see my charts all day as I show them. There's nothing on them, right? This is relative strength to the S&P 500, but that's it. And this is just pure, because it's pure price action. It's saying, hey, this thing moved a lot yesterday. If it continues today, it might be a little bit overextended, a little bit overdone, and we're going to take a little mean reversion on it, and then we test it, and we go from there. So, and you can get as simple as you want or as advanced as you want, and that's what I love about this kind of systematic trading. Is it's no longer. I tried to spend so much time when I was discretionary trading, like trying to become like a Buddhist monk and train myself in order to become really calm and all of this stuff. And then it just got to the point where it's like, okay, well, why don't I just come up with the idea and then let the systems do it for me? So now it became a lot less of trying to do all that emotional control stuff and more of just, I'm just going to let the system deal with all of that kind of stuff, and I'm just going to come up with ideas. I'm going to go through my charts every night. I'm going to try to keep my brain open for ideas that work, and then let the system deal with all the nitty gritty, and I don't have to.
Yeah, and us as traders, we have obviously two jobs, right? The first one is to analyze, and the second one is to execute. And 99% of us are much better in the analyzing part, the analysis, comparing to the execution, right? And managing the trade, actually.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and that's why I'm going to get Mitch. I'm just sick of Mitch saying, if I just stuck to the email that he puts out in the morning, I'd be having a great day. So
that's true, yeah.
that's why I'm going to pull him in and say, well, just feed a bot your morning node and you're good to go. So yeah, I 100% could not agree more. If you give most people a chart and you say, is this a bull flag or not, most people will be able to identify that fairly quickly. You don't need to be a CMT to do that. It's then all of the work of actually just hammering down the nitty gritty of taking the trade, managing the stop loss, holding until your target, and not getting yourself scared out too quickly. All of those things I think are really where the devil is in the details, where the hardest part of the trading is.
For sure. Alrighty, so Michael, let's jump to the giveaway.
Sure.
Yeah, I know the guys at home are waiting for this. We basically have 10 evaluation accounts for free. We will run we'll spin the wheel, and whoever comes out will get either 5K account or 25 or 50. I'll share my screen for a second.
Yes.
And let's do that. Let me see how I share my screen.
Share it up. We made a scene for you and everything here.
I got this one. All right, let's give it a shot. Let me know if I'm good.
Boom, there we go. I see a click to spin. Oh, with our logo on it and everything. Look at that. That's
Yeah. High tech. All righty, guys. So the first spin will be for the 5K account, free evaluation account. You can trade it, test your skill. If you pass the evaluation, of course, you will become a funded trader of the 5K. And generally speaking, I say it tons of times before, when you're going into trade a pool for the first time, start with the 5K. You don't really need to go for the 25, the 50, 100, 200. Just test your skill first on the 5K. Obviously, it's not there just to make big bucks on the 5K. You won't do that. But at least you will learn the system, you will learn the rules, you will tweak your strategies, and then you can easily go for the 25 or the 50, whatever suits you. So 5K account coming, 5 of those. Let's spin the wheel. Here we go. Okay. So Ralph, you're the first one. We got your emails, of course, from the email list that you signed.
Oh, perfect. So they'll get emails directly if they win?
Exactly.
Perfect. Right. So you guys don't have to do anything. Just be patient
Yeah.
and hang out, and an email will come to you guys.
All right. So that's the first one. Again, these are the 5K account.
Yeah, and I love these as a perfect way to get, right? Because yeah, you get started and you just dip your toe in, and once you're all set, then you start to kind of scale up from there.
Exactly. Jose, you're next. Good one. Good luck. We got a few thousands here in this wheel, so it takes a minute.
Is that how many people we got? Thousands. Wow.
Yeah.
Toms, congratulations. Yeah, this is great. A lot of you guys got a lot of education. It's about trading bots that are, I think, kind of really mystified out there. That people think that there's some like voodoo that people are doing, and you get to see how it works, and then take a chance and maybe use your bots to try to pass these free accounts.
For sure. So number 4, congrats. That's again the 5K account. And the last one for the 5K, let's see who it is. And speaking of the bots, okay, this is the last one. For the 5K, we will spin the wheel for the 25. You got 3 accounts for the 25. And Michael, if you want to share something about the course that you did, the 6 videos that explain about the algo trading that we will share later on, feel free.
So here's another winner, and yeah, I enjoyed doing it. So yeah, 6 lesson series where the first couple are just talking about kind of the stages of systematic trading and how to kind of get into it, and where you could use your own discretion, where you can put your hands on the wheel and take your hands off the wheel and do things like that. And then from there, it's a more succinct version of what we did today, where I talked about how to trade the pool to TrendSpider, to TradingView, through Signal Stack, all of these things. And then from there, a deeper dive into building your own trading bot and having that run and doing that live. So it's kind of a nice shorter course to get people going. And the reason I did that is so you can watch it many times if you're going through things, and to try to get to the point where you can just start right from zero. And hopefully by the end of the course, you have your own little bot up and running, and you're pointing it towards symbols and all of that stuff, which is amazing. And you're able to watch it whenever you want. I know it's going to be on our video on demand channel. You can tune in whenever it is that you want to go through and do that. And yes, I see there's a link right there. So yeah, a full course for you guys to get started, to get you into systematic trading, which again, I think puts, as soon as you walk through that door, I think it puts you above 80 to 90% of the traders out there, because at least you're systematizing a plan to get you started down the right road, and you're thinking that way as opposed to what hot stock can I YOLO for a 500% gain.
Yeah. Alrighty, we're down for the last 2. That's the 50K account. 2 of you guys will get the 50K account, which is Very nice. I mean, that's enough buying power to do some damage in the market.
Yeah.
First one, Alice.
Yeah, 50K account. So yeah, if you just think about that on a percentage basis, if you can just make a couple percent a month, that's a great little side or full income depending on where you are in your life. And if you end up being real good, that's much easier to kind of build a new account from there, right?
For sure. Here it is, Fred. You're the last one. 50K account of the evaluation. Enjoy this, guys, and of course, good luck. You will get an email with all the details, anything that you need to know about those accounts. And that's it. That was our giveaway. Smooth and clean.
That's awesome. So yeah, so I hope everyone enjoys their account. I'm gonna hope that you try to trade bots with it. I know some of you guys are gonna go through that, but I think this is something again that I'm very, you can hear I'm very passionate about. I'm very excited about. It's not the stuff that you'll see on Twitter and all of that, where people just want to talk about how they picked the stock that went to $1 million, but I know from my experience in the hedge fund game, my experience just talking to a lot of successful traders out there, that they are all systematized in some way, shape, or form. Maybe they're not using bots to trade, but they have a scanning ability that they've systematized. That they're either selecting their stocks through some sort of system, or the way they put out profit targets and stop losses, that's done through some sort of system. There's a lot of different ways that people do that, but I don't know if I've ever met a successful trader that is not systematized in some aspect of their trades. The people who come in every day and just read the news and think that stock's going up and this stock's going down. I just have never met one who's been able to be in it for the long run. So I thought this was awesome. I think this will really help traders. Obviously, Trade the Pool is unique in the fact that they're the prop firm for stocks, and now they're the prop firm for auto trading. And auto trading works, in my opinion, way better in the stock world than anything else, because we have such a wide breadth of things to trade. There are times where on my list of things to go through my bot every morning, I talk about it on streams, there could be 50 names in there, 50, 60 names, and maybe I'll take 2 or 3 trades a day. That means that every minute the bot has scanned through 50 names waiting for those entry criteria to take place. So I couldn't do that myself, or if I did, I would just be exhausted at the end of every day. But I don't have to anymore. I just simply point the bot to the list of stocks that I want to do. And if there's a trade, great. If it's a day like today where there's really nothing going on, that's fine too, because it's deciding when to trade, and I don't have to sit there and do all that work.
That's amazing, Michael. Yeah, incredible. And again, I can't wait to create my own bot, let it run on my strategies, see how it works, especially when we're getting closer in October to the earnings season. There will be lots of trades to do.
I think something just came up with this now. I think it'd be great. I think a battle of the bots is something we should do. Once we get everyone up and running,
Yeah.
we just run them side by side, and who see who built the best bot over time. I think it'll be good. And again, I very much encourage people to give it a try. For some people, it may not be for you, but just a dive into that world, a look into that world, I think really shows you how kind of the other side, the hedge funds, institutions, how they trade, because they're not reading what Kramer said and taking a trade based off of that. They're doing this
Maybe to the opposite side.
maybe there was an ETF that I think that had a bot that did the opposite
Did
of
the
what
opposite?
Kramer
Wow.
did. Yeah, so
Probably made a bunch.
probably did very well. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. I don't know if there's anything you want to leave the people with, Michael, or
Yeah, no, just go ahead, check us out, go to tradethepool.com, join. You got, like we said, 2 months for free to use the Signal Stack, which is amazing and very generous from TrendSpider and Signal Stack. And that's it. Let's take it to the next level.
awesome. Well, hey, listen, all you guys, I'll see you tomorrow, right? Same time. I always start the stream, and if you have one, remember, just hang out. You'll get an email, and And yeah, take those free accounts, trade them with some bots, and make some money. Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks so much, Michael.